What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of No Neutral. You know the drill by now. We're here to talk about all things Street Fighter, CPT, World Warrior related, and I'm joined by the guy with the fanciest stream room, looking like the premium content creator. What's going on? You know, I think you stole my shelf back there and broke it down and installed your own setup there. It's looking good, Rob.
It's so random. One, thank you, and for two, what are the chances that I happen to have like this new setup today, and then you just so happen to have like
I'm in the middle of renovating
for the first time ever?
Yeah, I'm glad you guys can't see the floor right now, so we'll keep it all above the belt and professional here.
Or Brian, you know I always gotta do my best to represent the community the right way, just like you always do, and just like Japan always does. Big shout out to Japan, Capcom Fighters Japan, and of course all of the fans over there for holding us down and restreaming CPT and No Neutral. Onegai shimasu. My pronunciation is way better than yours, Brian.
I'm not even attempting, so thank you. Yeah, no, well done.
You gotta be cultured, Brian. But speaking of culture, we have a certain program at CPT known as the World Warrior Program. First and foremost today, Brian, I think we got to talk about United States East. Their CPT event is coming up. That is, of course, the last event of the year. So that's going to be after Europe East, which we have here today. And that run is just absolutely ridiculous. You got Kudo. It's hard to believe that Kudo burst onto the scene recently this year and is now one of the biggest threats in this region, one of the stronger Chun-Li players. But Kudo, Adam, of course, who finally woke up to make sure he signs up for these World Warrior programs. Punk the God, Knuckle Do Dang. It's hard to call who's gonna take this. And my dark horse is I'm not playing Ultimate Weapon. I'm dead serious with that.
Well, good you picked him and not Knuckle Dude, because that's the big story, right? Knuckle Dude was like coming from behind, trying to lap everybody to qualify for the World Warrior event. He actually got second in the last event and a really close set to Kudo there in the grand finals, but he wasn't able to reach the bracket. Punk actually put him in losers. They tried to pick the Dan on him. I'm not sure what that's about, but Knuckle Dude moved on. But yeah, he actually only finished, let's see here. Knuckle Dude only finished 10th in the points, and that's not crazy. Due to trying. You know, he had a 7th and a 2nd as he started to gear up and get into prime form in the final events. But yeah, kind of too little too late, right? He started getting a little late in the game, and World Warrior, definitely an event that is rewarding consistency. So that said, he's not even in this World Warrior regional finals, which it just goes to show how like tight this race is in this region at the end of the season, right? Exactly. So, I mean, they're back to back. I mean, it's at the very tail end. And in the World Warrior events, Ultimate Weapon, he was the #1 seed or #1 ranked player in this region for a long time, starting off with the first place to start the season. Amazingly strong Balrog player. It's super awesome to watch him play. Very clean. But that said, Kudo started to clean up. You know, he had a bunch of wins over Punk here and there in these brackets. Punk with a 3rd place finish overall for the season. Idom at least managed to qualify. Thank you, Idom, for entering and showing up, because this is important. We have players like Kudo, Punk, Idom, Knuckle Do Dang, and then, you know, the people like Arturo, you know, NYC Furby, who could easily cause an upset. Is it really an upset?
Art,
you know,
we didn't even say Art. You right?
Art's in there. Space Boy, who's been getting wins over all these players here and there. Space Boy has been doing really well in this later end of the season here. And Mylan qualified, and Deadeye Artist also qualified, who've had wins over all these players as well. So it's not like any one of these players has a guaranteed path either in the regional finals for the World Warrior or in the CPT event. So there's only 2 spots for this region. Think of all those names I just mentioned. Only 2 spots to split between them.
It feels messed up to say, but I'm kind of rooting for an Ultimate Weapon or somebody, or, you know, Ultimate Weapon or Mylan or Space Boy or Deadeye Artist.
An upset in the regional final?
Please.
That CPT event.
Oh my God, that'd be so hype. But then that means that one of those players don't go to Cup, you know. But I'm sorry, to end off the year with that right there, like, Punk not in yet, Adam not in yet. We already seen that happen before, and that was extremely high. I'm the definition of clutch.
Amazing.
You know, that was a CPT classic match right there. And then now Knuckle Do right there in the fray, Arturo and all these guys, Ultimate Weapon. Like, Oh my God, yeah. I'm sorry, bro. I hope Ultimate Weapon wins this, or Art or somebody like that. That'd be.
Or
better.
maybe a Space Boy. Honestly, Space Boy might be my dark horse. He's been playing really well lately, and has really adapted to the Luke meta a bit here, and he still cycles in all his other roster of characters. So you can't call it in this region. There's guaranteed to be no lame duck matches, right? Like there's no. This is guaranteed. Yeah. We're not going to get Punk out in the regional finals in Item and CPT. No matter which way you slice it, both of these events are going to matter for people who really have a lot on the line to qualify for the Cup. So it is definitely the region to look out for. And I guess it worked out. There's a reason why it's the finale for the CPT season. But another highly contested region is, of course, Japan. World Warrior Japan. And the point spread is so tight compared to all these other regions. You get 50 for first place, right? So in Japan, Higuchi is still in first place. He has a first place finish, a third and a ninth. Then we have John Takeuchi with 91 points. He has a first, a second, and a 17th. Then we have Shudo, who has a second, a first, and a 25th. And those are the three winners, right? So Fudo is also in there with a ninth, a 49th, and a third, but beneath that in the fourth place spot, right? With 51 points. So it drops off 91 to 51. Then we have Fujimura tied 51. Yamaguchi tied 51. Tokido in 7th with 50. And then Gachikun and Pugera are tied for 8th with 46. And below that is Otani with 42, and it just keeps going in the 40s. The bottom end of this, you gotta make sure to bring up the GOAT.
My man Daigo is at 11th place right now.
I had to scroll a little bit more. He's tied there with 41, with 41 points in 11th. So it's so tight. Like this race, like the bottom end of this bracket could easily be upset in the next upcoming events. Like we actually cannot call what this final top 8 is going to look like. The interesting storyline here, though, the people who are actually kind of a little bit cozy, Shudo, Takeuchi, Higuchi, all young bucks in the scene, all taking the first place victories, and everyone else is scrambling for seconds here to secure their spot. So it's really highly contested.
It's so weird, bro, seeing like Daigo not guaranteed to be in this top 8. He's tied with Mago of all players. Imagine saying that top 8 of your region qualifies for this final tournament, and Daigo and Mago are tied and not in the top 8.
The person they're tied with is Moruto, the Dan player.
Wow.
They're fighting to get into the regional finals over Street Fighter V dance specialist Moruto.
Will it ever change, bro? Like, will this ever not be the number 1 region? Cause come on, look at this. We can't argue, man. Yesterday when we were talking about the whole execution debate, one of the people you brought up, of course, the GOAT when it comes to execution, Sako, he's not in it right now. Yeah, this region is definitely, I would say, tied for the top 1 most exciting region in the world. Maybe it's a 3-way tie, because the other one that's as exciting, which kind of transitions to the next point I want to talk about with this, is Europe. And of course, the competition is great, but for me, it's just a story of Enden Walker. Like, oh yeah, he's dominating it, but it's not like people expected him to do that.
No.
For him to win every single event, no one would have bet money on that starting it. People wouldn't even probably bet money on him being in first place, at least by a lot.
I think when we started this, you're taking me down a trip down memory lane, right? When we started this, one of the first events we covered was the World Warrior, where Enden Walker won, and we're like, oh, look at that. That's great. The young online player doing big things. And honestly, I'm getting almost bored of celebrating his success, and it's only been a couple of months. It's been less than a year. He has been winning nonstop. In fact, I do want to give a shout out to a few other players who've done really well in the regions. He's only going to be matching that feat by Vega Patch. So only 2 regions do we have people who are winning every event.
With Vega Patch, I just gotta say, so often, like I feel for you guys who play these weirdo oddball characters like Vega, not Vega, but like Fang and whatnot. Yeah, bro, why do you stop calling yourself Vega Patch? Then you gotta make me look silly on camera.
Every time Vega Patch. You get all of us.
The first thing that's gonna pop in people's mind, understandably so, and there's some truth to it, is, oh, this character is uncommon. You're not looking for him, whatever. That's what makes it special to me when I see Vega Patch winning all of his events. Because these players he's going against, they know what's coming. They know that he's the guy to beat. They must be trying their best to study the matchup. Unless Vega Patch is over there on some, I refuse to play with anyone. Like you load up with Vega Patch and he's picking like Dawson or freaking Ryu or something like that. You never can play his Fang, but I doubt he does anything like that. He cares about building his region up. So that just goes to show how strong he is. I understand, and I'm all with, it's no neutral, right? We keep it a buck. I'm all with acknowledging the fact that weird characters do have some out there advantages in some ways as far as people not knowing the matchup, but stuff like this shows and proves that he's that good at Street Fighter.
It's consistency. You can't deny it. He's dominating the region. Like, what can you say? Even Ed used to kind of fall into that category. And the funny thing is, it's like, once the character is dominant enough, they're no longer weird. They're just, it's another day in the office, right? So
that's true.
But Vega Patch rocking the Fang has shown that it's not just about the quirkiness or weirdness of the character. They've had time to study. They've had time to learn. He's just dominant. And Vega Patch, Ending Walker, congrats on being, I think, the only two mathematical people who can have an undefeated streak across all 5 events. So I know a few other people got pretty close. Chris CCH was aiming to do that. He got pretty close, but he got a 4th recently. I know that was, he came on the show and said he was aiming to get 1st in every event, but he has 1 more to go, so maybe he can have that 1 blemish on his record, a 4th in between all the firsts. And then leading into this current region in Europe East, Mirkin actually has an extremely strong run in their World Warrior events. He has 3 first place finishes, a 3rd, and a 2nd. So leading into the CPT event, he's looking in prime form to take it, because that is well above and beyond the rest of the competition in terms of consistency.
And, you know, when it comes to being above and beyond the competition, of course, our guy, Ending Walker, is the shining and prime example of that when it comes to the Street Fighter V scene right now. This dude at UFA just put on a masterclass in 16-year-old Ed play. I don't understand how he did it, but usually we start from the beginning. In this case, I feel like it's more appropriate to start at the end. But in grand finals, he's playing up against Valmaster. Of course, this dude's Chun-Li has been ridiculous, but the way he ends it, he was down on health, gets a few combos, pushed to the corner, does a back throw, and then just walks like 60 billion kilometers, and then does EX upper for the tournament on his opponent's wake up.
For
finishes it.
Second ever offline event. First ever international major.
What you mean by second ever, man? Do you mean that he like played in like locals and stuff, but this is his second major, or?
No, I mean, he literally never left his room to play fighting games ever, except for one time before, which was the previous major he was at where he got 3rd. And this time he said, yeah, that was all right, but instead I'm going to go to an even more stacked event with more international competition, and I'm going to take my online play style, and it's almost poetic, right? The online warrior, because people always want to downplay the people with their success online. He wins every single World Warrior event in dominating fashion in UK, which is a very stacked region to compete in. He gets the back throw, does the slow walk up, meaty or delayed EX upper in Valmaster's grill. Valmaster finally bites on a button or a throw tech. And it's poetic, man. An Ed player, an online Ed player, to finish it in that fashion is just, it's
Did you see it went viral
outside
the FGC? Like,
right,
actually,
immediately after he won, of course, Ending Walker does what he does best, and he just walked. He continued to walk. He walked in game EX upper and then got up and just walked off stage.
Did you see how he walked past the trophy too? Like, he didn't even grab it. You could actually see it in a frame. Some comment brought it up. I'm like, that's true. He literally did walk off stage. The trophy's right there. He just walked past it. And just leaves.
I mean, that's normally what you do. When you win online, normally you don't have a trophy there to pick up and a crowd to pop off for, right? So he's used to his online wins where it's like, okay, I win now. I'm going to the kitchen to get a sandwich.
He went to go make a Hot Pocket.
Exactly. Get some Kool-Aid out the fridge or something, I don't know.
You know what's also dope, man, is like, you can see like Punk next to him at the end of the ceremony. Ending Walker is holding the trophy, but he has it all like low and everything pretty much. And you can see Punk laughing and clapping for him. And he tells him like, yo, put it up. And then Ending puts it up. Like, that was such a wholesome FGC moment right there, man. Just like, I feel like that was kind of like Endings being welcomed into, the Pantheon. Like, at this point, everyone knows.
The champion circle, right?
Yeah,
like
he's in the
previous champs
now.
there. And Punk, you mentioned, he was the past 2-time back-to-back champion of this tournament. So he was definitely there. He was gunning for his three-peat. He definitely wanted it. He actually went to losers from winners finals. 3-0 lost to Ending Walker. That was so we finally got the run back. You know, Punk had beaten previously in their last encounter, but Ending Walker looked in prime form. So we're wondering, like, Punk versus Ending Walker. Punk's on a mission here. Ending Walker too strong. And then Valmaster actually eliminated Punk 3-0 as well. Valmaster was on an amazing run for himself as well.
He's fine.
Definitely want to point that out. But yeah, it was definitely passing the torch there, like the old guard showing the young buck, like, hey man, celebrate your win, it's your moment. And Ending Walker definitely embraced it in the end. It was very, very heartwarming to see that. But what's make it clear, this event was a stacked event. We know we don't get too many big major offline events these days. This event was, it's over there in France, but it featured some of the best European competition. We had Angry Bird, we had Big Bird there in attendance. We had Punk as well. Most of the European competition was there. This major was not short on talent. This is not there's no way to slice it.
Oh no, there's no way to slice it. Wow. Another player, I just want to make sure you pointed out, that came from online to offline and is cooking up, and we did call it, is my man Ford Fields. You see him on Street Fighter League. We seen him down there in the GEF tournament, but then here at UFA, he ends up getting 7th place overall in this offline event. Ending Walker isn't the only one from this region or in the world in general that has shown us, like, yo, consistent results online to offline. At this point, I feel like the debate is pretty much over with as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, you're also forgetting one person, Valmaster, right? Like, at what point does it reset? Valmaster was not an online warrior back in Street Fighter 4 days, but, you know, he took his hiatus, and since he's returned to the Street Fighter 5 season, Street Fighter 5 player base in these last couple seasons, he's been playing online. We've been seeing tons of Valmaster because of his online success and doing really well in a really stacked French region, which, once again, I'm bringing up, France is looking so dominant, like one of the most dominant regions.
Freya Wame got 9th place.
Yes, Freya, who I believe is 2nd in the World Warrior program right now, 1st or 2nd. So once again, showing these online World Warrior events they're no fluke. Like, they translate to offline talent. And I know I'm just in jest calling Valmaster an online warrior, but yeah, you can look at online results and you can draw some sort of correlation with offline success.
You can bet money. You can comfortably see what happens in CPT Online, World Warrior, etc.
Right. Especially with the World Warrior program, where you have 5 tournaments to draw data from. This kid has won 5 tournaments.
Maybe he's kind of good.
Maybe there's something to this, and there really was something to this. Just to really, like, drive home the point about how dominant Ending Walker was, I want to review his run really quick. He beats Nasty Nas in pools 2-0. Kills you against Ending Walker 2-0 Ending Walker. Ending Walker versus Angry Bird to qualify for top 8 winners 2-0 Ending Walker. That was the first moment.
That's insane.
Kills you, amazing. Next thing else, amazing. Angry Bird, that's like next level. It's like, here's your first real big offline roadblock. No problem. 2-0. Then top 8, Ending Walker versus Mr. Crimson, which has become a classic. 3-1 Ending Walker, right? Made him sweat a little bit, made him bleed, but 3-1. Ending Walker versus Punk, 3-0. Ending Walker versus Valmaster Grand Finals, 3-0. He lost 1 game the entire tournament, and that was to Mr. Crimson.
Oh my God.
This is no fluke.
Oh my God.
Listen to the people I just described.
What did you just say, bro?
Listen to the people I just described, their names. Dang. There's no way you slice it. This is world-class talent, and he
and 3 of those are first
them.
to 3s. 3 of those are first to 3s. Mr.
3-1 to Mr. Crimson, 3-0 against Punk, and 3-0 against Valmaster.
And he lost 1 game the whole tournament. Man, come on, bro. And I don't think there's a soul that plays Street Fighter 5 that even would have Ed as a top 5 character. Unless that's changed nowadays. Unless that's changed, I know with his success and you're right. You're right.
Let's track the data, the tier list after UFA. Like, we could see the statistical shift in the data. I guarantee you Ed is climbing some tiers. And I mean,
that's true.
Ed is definitely stronger this season for sure.
Yeah, he's strong.
It's not the character.
No,
it's the pilot here.
No, because who's the hot character? Luke. Mm-hmm. And I didn't see no Luke player only lose 1 game and win this whole tournament.
The matchup is Ending Walker versus the world at this point, which brings us to our next point. I mean, we got to speak to Ending Walker right before this event and get a little bit of his origin story, and you know, kind of just congratulate him for being so amazing and blowing our minds with his gameplay. He's not in Capcom Cup. He won all 5 World Warrior events for the UK region, but there's still the regional finals. So if he fumbles there, which I'm not trying to curse him or nothing, but you know, he still has to win one more event to actually make it into Capcom Cup.
That's crazy.
That
tough. Pressure is crazy because he won all 5. I don't mean just that it's one tournament. And UFA. So his pressure is through. He's just. I feel bad even saying it. And turn this off if you're watching right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, but you know, like he's supposed to win this. So yes. It will break my heart to see him lose. It would actually break my heart.
It could be a character building moment for a young man, but I'd rather him just have the world at this moment. You know what I mean? I feel like,
bro, imagine seeing him at Capcom Cup, bro. Everybody will be rooting for him.
I want to see him at Capcom Cup so bad.
Imagine winning Capcom Cup at 16. Oh my God, what do you even do?
That would change
his whole life.
Street Fighter.
Like in Street Fighter. Yeah, like bro, what does he? A 16-year-old Capcom Cup champion?
I honestly think that would be really good for the FGC because I guarantee you that will go viral. I guarantee we've seen it in other esports. Yeah. We've seen literally 16-year-olds win X amount of big bucks from winning esports event.
Yeah.
I think that'll send a good message to the world for, you know, the younger generation of gamers. Like, hey, there's something to this. These old dudes, they suck. Let's show up. You know,
everybody go buy Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, we can play 12 hours a day and beat these old dudes. Everyone here is 45. They can't react to anything. You know, the Zoomers are going to come in and take over, which I think would be great for the scene to have new talent like Ending Walker, like anyone else who's inspired by him to show up and do work. But I just want to see him versus more international competition. We haven't got him versus anyone from Japan yet, or like Korea. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to see Ending Walker versus the world.
Is this the natural progression of things, bro? Like, is this what it's gonna turn into as the FGC gets bigger? Younger kids, you know, when they not because of the reasons they say in shooting games, like, oh, the older you get, and not like that, but the average strong Street Fighter player has a job, I would say, because you know you're an adult.
Yes.
Whereas
there's a time limit.
If you're a kid, you can just all day, 24/7, outside of going to school, you know, you just train, watch some study. So I could, and think about in chess, we always compare this to chess, bro. There are grandmaster, like 6-year-olds and stuff, seriously, that are better than chess masters, better than some of the chess grandmasters, and they're only 10 years old, 7 years old, 12, things like that. So clearly the human brain has a capacity for it, and Ending Walker might be an example of that. Maybe this is where Street Fighter is gonna trend into.
I mean, I think that it should, as the presence of the game grows and the interest grows, you find more and more people. Some people are going to be adapt to it, take a deep love and interest to the game, to the franchise, and as that grows, you're going to find more people who might just be prodigies at this thing. Who knows? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Right. Like, cast a wider net, you're going to have more competition. So it's going to get harder and harder for all of us, you know, getting old and dusty to keep up, but that's definitely a good thing. We need more people to get into the scene to always keep the lifeline, the blood flowing in the FGC. And Ending Walker is super inspiring for myself as a competitor, just for the scene in general. And I really hope that maybe someone out there sees what he does and thinks, hey, you know, I can do that too. You know, that's the most we can hope for. And beyond that, I just want to see him go to Capcom Cup and beat up the rest of the world, because I would love to see that showdown. Just everyone's so confused about what's going on with his Ed play. It'll be a beautiful thing to see.
I can't believe it, but we are rounding up the end of this Capcom Pro Tour season. Only 2 events remain, and we are all so lucky that we actually have one of those events right here for us tonight. CPT EU East. Someone is about to make their dreams come true. Someone is going to get one huge step closer to qualifying for Capcom Cup and possibly winning $250,000. All of the action coming at you right now. CPT EU East.
Hadouken! Round 1. Fight.
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey there I do this, never feel loose. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all face proof. And if you think I'm going forward, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. All dunks aside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Fight! It started from the ground up, training getting wound up, channeling the inner self and moving up and down, crossing over, passing around, on the time the clock and keep score. 30 years I never thought it crossed before. When I get tired on my knees, I got it digging deep. I feel like I'm on the road, it really has got me. Actions always the way, no good vibes. If you just let it get, I'm out here scheming, riding around and dreaming. Once I get the feeling, nobody can.
The top player is here. Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
If you wanna come and stand up to me, you look for me now. If you wanna challenge to me, what you wanna call me now? I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back.
This is our destiny.
My secret arts! Shoryuken! Street Fighter VI.
If I go too far, please forgive me.
My name is Seth. Bow down before my sight. It's time for trap. Show me everything. Download!
This will do.
Ultimate!
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Capcom Pro Tour. This is East Europe Top 8, the second to last Capcom Pro Tour event before we finish all of the World Warriors, get into the LCQ, and go into the coveted Capcom Pro Tour Finals 2022. I'm Jake Ryan, joined by Ultra David this wonderful Sunday morning to finish off the top 8 of the matches that we started just yesterday.
That's right. That's what we'll be doing all day today. We have narrowed it down to our final 8 players. And we have quite an interesting lineup, not just in terms of the players themselves, but we also have a lot of different characters on deck.
Oh, yeah.
We had more than 9 different characters, maybe 10 different characters that we could expect, depending on what players end up actually doing. We have a good representation of countries in the region and very interesting and diverse play styles as well. So it should be really fun to watch. Should be interesting.
Yeah, we had a ton of interesting matches yesterday as well, like you said. And these players are playing for a little bit more than just that CPT spot as well, which is what that first place will get. But there is a prize pool on the line as well. Top 4 is going to be in the money for all of these players. As you can see right there, $5,000 in total. The lion's share will go to first place, as well as that Capcom Pro Tour slot. So, picking the best character, the best tool for the job is going to be expected. And I'd say one of our favorites for the tournament, Mirken, we talked about it in No Neutral earlier about how they've been dominating the World Warrior Series with multiple first place, couple thirds, couple fourths. Definitely my favorite to win with the G and the Cody, but there's definitely another challenger on the other end, Shady Imposter, who recently got second in the most recent World Warrior. And if you didn't see yesterday, this is where our top 8 bracket sits at the moment. 4 on the winners, 4 on the losers, and it's 3 out of 5 the entire way.
Poland showing up big time here. As you can see, American versus Get Blame. As you said, that's first in points in the World Warrior region for American. Get Blame is currently 5th, so not too far off. Kalmal there as well. That's Bulgaria, of course. We're expecting that to be Ed, maybe Sagat, versus Alex from Shady Imposter, who is that is your second in current points in Kalmal, and that's your third in current points in Shady Imposter. So the folks who have really done well on the World Warrior are showing a big time here, which is great to see. On the loser side, you have RXS from Romania. We're looking for Oro. Then you have Shevo from Slovakia. We are looking for Claw. We have Legenda SF in Ukraine playing the Dan, and then Rezenebe in Czechia. Looking for the Akuma there. So again, different characters. We're not expecting any repeats, and again, in fact, we could have up to 9 or 10 even. We were looking mostly for G. That's been the character that Merkin's done a lot of work with, but we know he has the Cody as well, and yesterday he did bring the Cody out in making it into this top 8 winners side. So, we got a lot of different characters on deck that we could see. And again, I think it's great that we have so many different countries in the region represented.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely love that. And, characters and countries being represented is what Street Fighter is about, because at this point in the game, this is the penultimate version. This is the best balance we've ever seen, and you can really get the job done with any character. There are characters that are great across the board. Obviously, there's some characters that are at the top of the barrel, but you can still make it happen with just about anybody. And like you said for Mirkin before, I know we were expecting the G, but the Cody was also showing up in the World Warrior Series. That character has been gaining notoriety and even more momentum as time has gone on. It's kind of like how people said, I wouldn't consider Cody like a weird character, but definitely a mainstay in the selection of top tier characters for Street Fighter V. Now, kind of how Ed has slowly become, oh yeah, he's weird, oh he's weird. All right, nah, Ending Walker, you're nasty, and the character's pretty good. Let's put some credit where it is. And yes, Ultra David wearing the Capcom colors. Shout outs to the players who are here as well. So loving the support from David right here as we get into the match. And Mirkin versus RXS is actually the first one that we're going to be having, and I'm live. That was yesterday's bracket. It is Mirkin versus Get Blame. I have got to change my notes, can't read, but that's okay.
Fast forward
7 a.m. 21 versus 34. Mirkin versus Get Blame. Sakura Cody. This is a fun one if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, I really liked what we saw out of the Cody, as we were talking about before. And I also really liked what we saw out of the Sakura. I think there was a really good recognition very quickly by Get Blame about how his opponent was playing. And saw him do a great job at play exactly how he needed to play to get through that, which is, of course, a huge part of getting into something like the top 8 of the CPT. Speaking of Get Blame, let's hear what he has to say.
Gitblame going into this. Mirkin is probably the best player in our region. I say probably because there's a small chance my hidden talent is about to show off.
Bring it out. Let's do it.
That's what I love. If I'm not mistaken, I remember Gitblame yesterday says, you know, wanting to have fun and be flashy in the Capcom Pro Tour while you're playing is important. And you know what? That hidden talent, that's how you do it. Drop the weights, power up.
Get
it
in
is
here.
time to show us what you can do, Gitblame, because Sakura, you got to take down the mayor. All right? Not the World Warrior, the mayor. And maybe the president.
Maybe the president. You don't know. Also, is he the president? It's like super unclear in the story. But I love that. It's part of what I like about the character so much.
Yeah.
As far as Sakura goes, she is showing up less than before. I feel like sort of last season there was a little bit more of an emphasis on Sakura's showing up. Since then, a lot of the people who play that character have moved on to somebody else. But she is still a very strong character.
Yeah.
She's still got a lot of unique strengths too. That walk speed she has, that light kick she has consistent Oki. She can really deal damage well. She's got a lot of stuff going for her. It is Cody for Mirkin. We're loading in here on the Street Fighter Duel stage. Yeah, and yeah, that's something that works as round start versus many characters. But when you have that 4-framer that goes so far for Sakura, it's just hard to get away with things like that.
Yeah, so very difficult. And like we said before, you know, a lot of Sakura was seen before, and as Luca's seen more prominence, some people have been changing over to Seth. A lot less Sakura, but she still has so many of the same tools. I think she's a great character, and not much has been lost on the character. But, you know, as stocks rise, Sakura's may fall as fall approaches. But now, getting pushed into the corner, Mirkin with that V-trigger activation, and this is so potent. This is how we saw Mirkin start to run away yesterday. Ooh. And the train doesn't stop.
No, indeed. Rode it all the way through that round. Yeah, that trigger's really strong. Great buttons that you have access to in that. Going to be a big plus there. Yeah, so Gitblame just respects it. And you can see, too, the throw that he's bringing out occasionally here, trying to bait something like a V-skill 2. Ooh. Oh, yeah, that's a confirm.
Yeah, and just that spacing, Mirkin slowed down the pace so incredibly well, and it's just waiting for Gitblame to whiff, waiting for that spacing, not afraid. But now, Gitblame finally approaching, but again, Mirkin unshaken. Oh,
no bounce, though. Oh, wow. Look, at least for Gitblame, you're out of the corner. The grab comes fully stocked as well. Yes! Damage. Mirkin absolutely stuck here.
And here's the thing, Gitblame has maximum meter, maximum V-trigger. Next interaction is going to be so scary because any activation in the string, no! Gives up pressure, uses the V-reversal, wants to keep it, because now any confirmed kills with that gray health.
Oh, however, Mirkin's in, and he's going to need quite a bit more. Aye! Gitblame away. So now, oh, it's in time! That is a really consistent tool with that rage.
No anti-air here, and you have to be so careful. V-trigger is now gone. A pixel and dream on both sides. Any hit will do it.
Hoping to set something up with the fireball. Nothing. Ooh. To the other side. Either one's going to kill with anything.
11 seconds left, too.
In fact, even at this point, just getting a tie might be fine for Gitblame. Yeah, so now it's tie. He went in anyway, and he got the round.
My goodness. Mirkin tried to escape, ran out of screen real estate, and Gitblame knew that, so it became a strike-throw situation. Are you going to take the throw, or are you going to get caught out? And Mirkin, what a great punish right there.
Yeah, that was sick.
Gitblame. I love this. Second time Raw EX Bingo is connected. Gitblame getting a little bit too comfortable with the walk speed, but a mistake from Mirkin, an overextension, and back to mid-screen we go.
Yeah, Mirkin's doing a good job at disengaging, too. Obviously, his engagement's great, but he's backed off a lot in some situations that have allowed him to reset and then go back in. Here's a chance. Yes, grab will come. Okay.
And the thing is, you can't afford to block in this situation against the knife because all this gray health that you're going to be taking now means one anti or one punish. No,
no, it was a
tragic.
Huge one! And again, plus. It would have been in a plus again. There's Mirkin. Yeah, I really like some of what we saw out of Gitblame. There was a big chance there. It looked like he just had kind of an execution error. We saw him go up into the sky with jump fears or something. Surely not the intention. And if that had been different, if that had gone differently, we might be in a different situation now. So game one ending up on Mirkin's side, but I do like a lot of what we saw out of Gitblame as well.
Yeah, it was a lot of great decisions from Gitblame, and that was the story of yesterday too. Those small little mistakes that really added up and compounded to the victories for everyone we're seeing on the winner's side here, where that tiny adjustment where, say, you finish your combo or you go for the optimal extension, you finish the round, you get a game on the board, and potentially you end up in winners on this day. But Mirkin closing it out, capitalizing on the mistake from Get Blame, but Get Blame still consistent with the anti-airs. That's what we saw as a great success from yesterday, and almost every single jump in has been answered wonderfully. But as soon as this V-trigger comes online, feels like Cody is really playing. And now, look at that trade! What?
Yeah, one of the issues with that trigger is that you don't have access to your normal scan pierce for anti-airs, but Mirkin was still there.
Yeah. Still huge. Oh, again, answering the fireball. Excellent at that range. Did it again, but not in the spacing, not in the right spacing this time. Prime sway.
Unfortunate to not see a quick rise there.
Yeah.
Mirkin pressuring. Oh, it's enough.
Yep.
Nice work.
And saved all the bar. I think that's the most important part here, because now you've got full critical arc to work with. How do you want to spend that early? Do you utilize it to bust out? Get Blame has a lot of options, and Mirkin's the one who has to build the offensive now.
It's a good range to throw fireballs here from Get Blame. Yeah, even there, there's kind of max range of Zonk. So Get Blame's finding a pretty good spot pretty consistently now. It's outside of V-skill range for Cody. He can walk in and out, as you can see, so you can pester or be away. Right, he's found a lot of those too.
Yeah. Again, hasn't had to spend anything just yet, while Mirkin has been consistently catching out. Yeah, that was so smart. And now corner to corner, stuck, has to be reversal out, and you know, we'll be able to build the rest of that V-gauge by the end, but not looking good in any way, shape, or form. Finally busts out, uses a little bit of the bar.
That was the beginning of a roundhouse, so just a great timing for Get Blame to have jumped. Mirkin comes in for activation. Ooh, yeah, he was looking for a rear rev. He called it exactly.
Again, now the gray health compounding. You have to be so careful here. Oh, went for the Hail Mary, and just like that, 1-1 on the board round-wise. Mirkin can go to a 2-0 lead here. And I don't like that Get Blame held on to those resources for so long. It's just, until it was about 1/3 health, didn't even see an EXCP, didn't see any utilization. Plus frames, and it was rough. Now we get the wall bounce, and Mirkin is just looking so good. Anti-airs are finally coming out on deck, and now this is rougher than rough. You cannot be touched. Another throw, the shimmy, the stagger. It was just too much. You were looking for a frame trap. You don't want to get caught, and he stands short. Low forward will kill, and Mirkin just preyed on the impatience of the side of Get Blame.
I think Mirkin's doing a really good job at understanding what ranges he wants to be at. There was a period, as I was talking about earlier, where I felt like Get Blame had nice spacing for himself. But since then, it's been Mirkin moving up a little bit closer, where, again, his V-skill reactions can blow up the fireball game, so we're not seeing that. But that's allowing him to move forward more and more, getting the corner more and more. Maybe Get Blame recognized that, hence the forward movement from him at the very beginning. Perfect spot, but maybe not perfect spot after all. God, that was just at the right spot to press the fierce, but the follow-up not good enough.
Yeah, and I love this too. Ooh, I was gonna say I really liked how Mirkin was starting to splice in those fireballs at that range, but Get Blame busting out immediately.
That was sick.
That was so smart. Such good spacing, because now Get Blame has noticed that Mirkin wants to try to avoid the fireballs that way and is spacing deliberately to get that off.
Yeah, very nice stuff. Getting away. He's really spent a lot of his red bar like that. Yeah, you got to do the crouching fierce early. Out of there's Get Blame.
Yep, there's the last of the knife. Got one more in hand. And now playing it slow, like we said. Careful with disengaging. Okay to play the slow game. Not in the right space. The EX Zonk connects, and the wall bounce. You're dead. One mistake. The moment that Get Blame thinks it's safe to walk forward, gets knocked out with the Zonk, and now set point, Mirkin.
Lovely. That was a confirm. That was great. Yeah. Not easy to do. Again, the crouching fierce, pretty consistent with that. Yes.
Yep.
So as he moves forward here, he's not just getting in the corner. He's really keeping his eye on Mirkin's attempted escapes. All the way forward now is Get Blame.
Again, but this is how the match has gone almost every single time. As soon as Mirkin gets into the V-trigger, doesn't matter the corner position, doesn't matter your health gauge, because Mirkin has found a way out. And now you see how patient Get Blame is playing. It's like scared. Uh-oh.
Allowing Mirkin to get the corner, and he's been deadly there. Looking for the confirm.
There it is. I love that. You have to spend in this situation, get blamed. It's do or die. You cannot make any more mistakes. And now Mirkin playing it so patient. No bar, no nothing.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time. Doesn't need to make anything happen quite yet. There's the EX for himself. Uh-oh, would have been tough to confirm, but man, that would have been nice for Get Blame. Not throwing a fireball. Oh, just happened to bring it out at exactly the right moment. Backed off a little bit, as she can do. That backwards walk speed is out of this world, and for so many other characters, a terror to deal with.
That small micro step is all it took, and that's the adjustment too, because Mirkin has been catching Get Blame consistently with the EX zonk on that small walk forward, so Get Blame being just a little bit more patient. And you're gonna need even more than that, because now stuck in the corner, you got 2 more guesses. And what?
Oh, sick, let's go.
Time to
yeah, gotta make it count.
Yeah, oh yeah, spend it all.
Yeah, left trigger left there as well. Great damage.
50% gone
Dash
off
up
the
into
table.
pressure. Yeah, but not too much for her there.
The hardest part now is Mirkin has V-trigger. There is no V-reversal, no EX DP on the side of Get Blame. You take one more block string and Gray health is going to be evaporating on your side.
Ah, man. He just always gets the combos with this trigger. Double dash. Challenge!
Anything? Yeah, you're. Oh no, has the V-reversal. This was a
He
little
shipped
bit
out.
too-
Oh no, he was already busy.
Yeah,
he was already busy.
Yeah.
All right, so Mirkin with a 3-0 victory over Get Blame. He moves into winners finals.
Yeah, good stuff from Mirkin. And I think we did see a little bit of that hidden talent from Get Blame that they mentioned, because so many great moments, so many wonderful adjustments in the middle of the set. You know, the walk back on the Zonk Knuckle to get the punish with the fireball. And just, you know, a couple of mistakes here or there that could have turned it around. It could have been a 1-0 situation in the form of Get Blame in the beginning if we didn't get that jump error at the start. But
right.
Mirkin, you know, in competition, your mistake, my reward. And that's what Mirkin just started to run away with and, you know, use the time excellently. Even though Get Blame had these moments where the aggression started to work, Mirkin just could not be stopped.
Yeah, great mid-range stuff. Great pressure. And he wasn't dissuaded by the frequency of wake-up DPs either.
Yeah.
Quite a few came out of Get Blame, and a lot of them were successful. But Mirkin was nevertheless just in there pressuring relentlessly when he had the chances.
And
he was right a lot.
And that was one of the songs where it connected immediately, and then right afterwards, the round after you lose, that walk back for the punish gets it. And what exactly? Maybe it was a throw that got counter hit? Doesn't matter at the end of the day, because Mirkin does move on to the winners finals in a 3-0 fashion. So Get Blame will have the opportunity to play later versus the likes of Legenda or Resident. But Kalmal versus Shady Imposter is going to be our next match. And again, Mirkin, one of the favorites to win the tournament, so not too surprising of a result, but Get Blame did put up more fight than I was expecting.
That was great. Yeah, nice work. Nice work. Mirkin awaits either Kalmal or Shady Imposter. That's where we're headed now. You can see a little bit of info about the two players here. So for Kalmal, currently second in the World Warrior EU East points, but Shady Imposter currently third. So there is quite a bit of skill on both sides here. Kalmal, Bulgaria. We're looking for Ed. He can play Sagat too, but we're looking for Ed here. And Shady Imposter from Poland, as we mentioned earlier, looking for Alex.
Yeah, now we're going to see what these players are feeling as we get into the match right now. So Kalmal, Psycho Upper over Power Bomb. I agree.
Yeah, fair enough.
I know that there's someone in production who doesn't agree.
That's absolutely correct.
But with the way tier lists work and how strong Ed is in the performances, yeah, Psycho over is definitely over Power Bomb right now. So take that one to the bank. We're going to have to hold our V gauge in the bank as well as we get into this. I'm actually quite curious to see where we're going to go V-Trigger and V-Skill layout for this matchup. I think that's going to be an important determining factor on the side of Alex. So what does Shady Imposter have done? And I see you have the stats pulled up. Tell me what you're looking at right now, because that is not what I expected for this matchup for the second and third points.
Shout outs to FGCombo.com for having done such a great job at collating all sorts of results across the FGC. Yes, according to their stats, in recent times, Shady Imposter has a 75% win rate versus Kalmal. Now, those who have come in specifically these World Warriors, as I was talking about, these are the second and third overall in points in the region, so they have definitely played. And it has been back and forth, and it's been close quite a few of these times. So Shady Imposter most recently won a 3-2 versus Kalmal, but before that, Kalmal won a 3-2 versus Shady Imposter, and before that, Shady Imposter won a 3-2 over Kalmal. So although it is a couple of victories there for Shady Imposter, super close each time.
Neck and neck, back and forth, and that is what we'd expect from the number 2 and the number 3 of their region. And I mean, Get Blame did say Mirkan is I would say the undisputed number 1 in their region right now. So trying to fight for the throne, you got to get that number 1 headband, and that is what Shady Imposter's trying to do. Has the blue one on right now, trying to get the one that Mirkan's been wearing.
Taking the opportunity to get that V skill going. Hard hit. EX, yeah, absolutely. So ready for trigger, and right away is in. No EX on Kalmal's side. He's in trouble. There it is.
And this is where we'll honestly get the opportunity to see which one's better, Psych Up Upper or Power Bomb, because what's your Oki gonna look like? And oh, what a parry! Called out the gap, and I gotta go. I'm sorry, I was standing up for that one because it happened. That was art in motion.
Yeah. Kalmal suddenly dashing forward. It's worked forever, folks. When the opponent thinks that you're zoning and that they need to react to the next fireball, you dash forward and grab them. Nobody's looking for that.
Absolutely love that. I'm sorry, that double EX flash gave me so much joy this morning. And right now, Kalmal, you know,
put himself at minus frames, and then after having seen the opponent press the button, very few people press the button and then don't press the second button. So shout outs to Kalmal. Looking good defensively.
Yeah, these confirms have been excellent so far as well. Not getting the full punish right there from the side of Shady Imposter. Can't leave any damage on the table.
Well, Flicker actually gave trigger now to Shady Imposter, and here it comes.
Time to party. All right, guess it's a 50-50. There it is. He did block. You did press the button and then block. What a genius. All right. Now, yep, there it is. The neck chop doesn't even need the stun. 1 round apiece on the board. Shady Imposter and Kalmal showing why this would go 2-3-3-2 consistently. For sure. They are swinging.
Kalmal trying to stay away there. Alex has got some big buttons in that range.
Yes! Yep. Easy way to punish the Flicker. But yeah, again, V-Shift, an excellent answer to deal with the likes of Alex Command Grab and Power Bomb, but this huge crush counter, so much damage on board, and then just taking the Oki, chase down.
He's really opening up the mix-ups after a single button. I love it. Oh no! Really worried about slow EX there was Shady Imposter. Yeah, he's really got the beat on his opponent. That should be it. Super's there, and he will bring it out. It's game 1 for Shady Imposter. So that battle around whether there's going to be the EX Psycho Upper has been huge. Kalmal got, well, you know, a lot of good results on that for the first, I would say, round and a half.
Yeah.
And then in those final 2 rounds, there were 2 key situations where he got.
Oh, yeah.
And he paid for it big time.
Yeah, it was a 1/3% hit rate, which was not what you want in this position. 33% of the time you're hitting that EXDP. Well, a Power Bomb will take 33% of your health both times. And even more than that was given to Shady Imposter. So right now I'm feeling a little bit down about saying that Power Bomb was worse, because Shady Imposter is proving me otherwise. And I you know, maybe we're taking a second to go to character select. There might be a Sagat.
Yeah, I mean, he told us that is one of the characters he feels comfortable in using here today. And maybe that's a good idea. Sagat's one of those characters that has some polarizing matchups for sure. I don't know specifically how the Alex matchup goes. I can imagine Sagat having some problems with it. But I guess we'll see if that's in fact what comes out. I don't think that the Ed was a problem.
I don't think so either. No.
I mean, if there were a higher success rate in those EX uppers, it would have been already good. So I don't think he needs change.
A costume change. Costume change. That's
very important. Is there a trigger or V skill change per chance?
That's something good to know.
I think I probably like V trigger 2 for Ed in this matchup.
I had it last time.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
it's the same
loadout.
So
yeah, that makes sense.
Just the costume adjustment. It was definitely the costume. Can happen from time to time. If you're not in the right clothes for the job, you can't get the job done. But now, stuck in the corner once again. Kalmal trying to find an escape.
Hey, man.
You gotta do it.
You do have to do it sometimes. A lot of characters can safely press a button after having blocked that charged spheres because it's minus, and then it's a really slow startup EX upper. But Shady Imposter went for a command grab, so that's going to work.
Ooh, what a check on the dash right there. And this is huge damage. It's going to be close to a one-touch situation in this corner.
I'm so worried.
Yeah, that was scary as hell. Oh, yeah. Shady Imposter walking down Kalmal in the corner. Could not go to the skies. Was not safe on the ground. And Shady Imposter feeling really good because now the conditioning
Hey, man. Look, put yourself in the Ed player's position. I always try to think about this. What if you had access to a Dragon Punch? That was just a few buttons. All you got to do is press the buttons,
There was no input. There was just...
Like, I feel like I'd be DPing constantly. I don't know if I can handle that.
I'm
Such power.
I'm
such
always
strength.
mashing. Yeah, exactly. Were you mashing? I'm always mashing.
Absolutely.
That's my character.
Hard hit, ready to go. Wow, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, and that is the second time he's whip punch.
Yo!
Third time, the legs. And now it's going to be a one-touch. You have to guess for the stun. Is it going to be a throw? Lockdown, and there it is, the power bomb. 2-0 lead for Shady Imposter with the quickness. Come on. That quote might have been a little bit too early.
Maybe,
We
yeah.
need to send it back to the presses.
He got by it right there, certainly.
That was...
The
ooh.
battle around, again, whether to do EX upper, it's just been huge. And that, even right there, huge impact on how that end of that round went, just based on having seen what happened before. It was jab, jab on Alex's side, and then wait, he was very cautious. Wait, just in case. And then he walked all the way forward and got the command grab. So, you know, having set up that as an important mix-up, Kalmal's really got to take more advantage of that.
Yeah, and that's the difference here, too, because now that Shady Imposter is looking for that EXDP, you have to be willing to challenge with other buttons.
Yeah.
Maybe not the reversal,
Press the
maybe
button,
just
man.
wake up with a jab. Like, wake up with your jab.
You got a crouching medium kick that's canceled.
Exactly.
Do stuff. You know?
Yeah.
Definitely other things to open up with at that point.
Yeah, one of the best ways to deal with the shimmy in the corner is that low forward.
Yeah,
Go into
exactly.
confirm, easy. Now you're back to mid-screen. Kalmal, you can't just opt to the DP every time, but now it's working out. Flicker is working very strong, but again, Stan Fierce into the huge damage in Kalmal. Still locked down. This V-trigger now active. And oh, if it doesn't work the first time, go again. Stun City.
Hard hit. Ooh. Going to be anything for the kill. Hold on. Is this actually going to do it? Smash? No, not quite.
Pixel in a dream. Back throw.
Kalmal's got a chance here. He's got trigger ready to go. Oh, no! Shady Imposter knew exactly what the choice was. And even though we talked about how this has been 3-2, 2-3, 3-2, back and forth each time they've played recently, Shady Imposter is at match point to win 3-0.
That was such a mind-breaking parry right there. Oh, wow! You're kidding me. Canceled in time to deal with the stomp. Kalmal firing at all cylinders now when it matters most. Barely escaping. That grab now in the corner. This is where the pressure becomes so scary. And the throw tech immediately from Shady Imposter.
I like the idea to back off outside of stand roundhouse range. Obviously, that's the big activation point, but Kalmal has not had whiff punishes on that. Yeah, you see, I mean, of course, Shady Imposter is going to keep threatening with it. It's not been whiff punished, and it's been blocked into plus frames a lot.
Oh my goodness.
Alex had time to whiff an entire button and still get the punish.
This character's wild. I love it.
Yeah,
see, I've got a charge punch too.
Right.
Should be dead here. Yeah. There we go. Kalmal showing signs of life. Getting that round on the board. Shady Imposter, though, even resources. Only needs one more round to secure it, and that is a way to start the powerbomb. You have to be so careful here. And finally waking up with buttons that isn't the DXDP.
Right.
There it is right afterwards.
Well, yeah. Oh, big chance. Grab at least for Kalmal. Setting up some fireball forward movement. Back to where it seems like he feels a little bit more comfortable. Yeah, at least there. Turn it in to some offense. EX can come. Yes, exactly what he needs to be at. Yes.
Finally getting the punish on the standing. Oh my god, the same roundhouse. But now just a pixel. Full resources on the side of Shady Imposter. Make it happen. It's going to be such a hard hill to climb now. Any flicker connects and you're done. Any standing medium kick.
That's
no
it.
whip punish though.
If Shady Imposter finds an activation into 1, maybe 2 hits, He's going to still take it. He is absolutely threatening. And Kamal knows. Oh, no!
Begins.
Don't get hit twice. That's it. Name of the game right here. You got 2 chances to live.
Oh, stopped. Okay. The start of
Not exactly, I think, what Shady Imposter was hoping for, but Kamal did take advantage. And doesn't go out quietly. 2 games to 1 now.
This might be how we get to the 3-2.
It could be.
This could be how we get to the 3-2 because, you know, the score doesn't always tell the story.
It's true. Sure.
And this might be how the story plays out, where it's like a nail biter. You get down to that last moment and you're like, oh, all right, he's figuring it out when you're in dire straits. That's when pressure is on, that's how you create diamonds. And I know one of these players was very proud of that becoming diamond in the game. So. Man, oh man. And yeah, back and forth, we are slugging it out.
Trying to take advantage of that there. Shady Imposter trying to move the opponent backwards a little bit. Slowly getting there. We're into the weeds.
And something I noticed here too is we stopped using the stand roundhouse a little bit more. Now we're using the standing medium kick on Shady Imposter because Kamal has gotten the punish not once but twice. So standing medium kick a little bit faster, trying to bait out Kamal to overextend to then maybe, you know, just go for the roundhouse afterwards. Beautiful. Ooh, yep.
Some knowledge coming into play. Shady Imposter looking like he feels pretty comfortable.
Oh, the tap the toes, break the back, set point, Shady Imposter.
I think he played that round great. You mentioned some of the normals he was using instead of whiff punishable stuff, but he also just kind of played slowly and patiently and found his spots rather than forcing situations. And that kind of comfortable play on a character like Alex is really tough to deal with. That's a punish. Yes, here's Kamal.
Nice. That trade is actually huge for Shady Imposter because not only do you get that little bit of damage, you keep that corner position, and now so much to work with. Yes, again.
Could be one mix-up here.
Oh!
Okay. Stun. Oh, I'm not sure if he's going to go super. Probably not going to happen, but
yeah.
he...
Oh! Went for the bait, but overextended just a little bit, and now the cycle upper comes out. Time to party. V-trigger. This is the first time we've seen the V-trigger from the side of Kamal.
Yeah. Haven't seen it enough. Oh, boy.
Oh, man, that was almost tragedy. Everything's ready now, too. You have full critical art. Use the V-shift to escape. Trying to burn out the rest of that V-trigger gauge.
Getting close to chip territory here is Shady Imposter moving around. Yeah, especially now. And he does bring it out. Yeah, there's no V-rev available. Trigger was still active for Kamal, and so Shady Imposter will take this 3 games to 1.
And, you know, at the end of the day, the V-trigger activation at the end that we hadn't seen the entire set actually ended up being Kamal's demise because Shady Imposter saw that, built the critical art, and, you know, put the nail in the coffin. That's one of the things you have to be so cognizant about, too, especially at this level. Your opponent is always going to be looking for that opportunity. If you do not have V-shift or V-reversal available, you're done. Like, you need that V-gauge. And it is a, you know, it's a double-edged sword. Yes, my V-trigger is going to give me that comeback factor, but you have to be able to make the comeback. And that was the second time that we saw the V-trigger there. So, but man, oh man, back and forth, Shady Imposter, you know, it was death by EX, Psycho Upper, and the power bomb did come out on top today. Kamal didn't challenge with, you know, jab, low forward in the right moments to really instill that threat of the EX Upper to, you know, maybe look for a counter hit on Wake Up. For the side of Shady Imposter, and Shady Imposter just got to run away with it. Yes, there was a high connection rate of those EXPPs, but Shady Imposter was okay, patient with waiting, and just ran over Kamal. There was a moment where things looked like it was turning around, the story would change, but we turned that page real quick.
I think it makes total sense to start a set versus somebody you know well, somebody you've played quite a bit, with a lot of EXDPs.
Oh yeah.
That's like a totally legit idea, especially in a first to 3. You got some time. But part of the strategy there is, yeah, you're just hoping that like they all hit naturally. You just win outright. But, you know, if that's not going to happen, you at least use the threat of that, the fear that you instill by doing so, to take advantage with things like wake up crouch medium kick or, you know, otherwise wake up buttons, wake up jump, like whatever. Stuff to get out of there. And unfortunately for Kamal, it's not something that we saw. So Shady Imposter gets through. Again, I really like a lot of the Alex play. The way that he changed his offense when he saw how the opponent was playing defensively was exactly what you got to do as a grappler player. Yep. And even beyond that, the neutral game was great. He played it cautiously and slowly, especially once he started getting whiff punished. you know, if you're not going to get whip punished, bring out your big stuff. Right?
Oh,
but
yeah.
once that does start happening,
Change it up.
Yeah, change it up, and he did do exactly that. So shout out to him. Looking good. That's your winners finals. Mirkan versus Shady Imposter.
And that was actually the matchup that we saw on No Neutral earlier. That was the World Warrior matchup that we saw before. So a rematch there in winners finals of Shady Imposter versus Mirkan, which is going to be amazing. And then obviously, as you can see on the loser side, Kalmal is going to be waiting for the winner of RXS and Shivo. And I'll let you know that there are only winners in the future when this next game comes out.
In the future, you say?
In the future.
Do you have like a time for me on that? Time frame?
Soon.
Soon?
Soon.
Soon? You must be talking about the Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel, which is available for download in China, with a global version coming, it says right here, soon. Fight along with Ryu, Chun-Li, and Ken against the Suzaku Castle, further into the Shadowloo City, explore the mysterious organization, experience the classic stories with all your fighters, and recall your memories of the original Street Fighter. Your Street Legend is now back on track. You know it's got an impressive array of fighting elements, it's got a bunch of combos, it's got a new battle experience challenging your combat skill. Would you accept that? Would you accept that challenge, Jake?
I need that challenge in my life.
Well, you'll have to wait until soon. The Epic Legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now, and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter.
Well, what I can say is I am currently the best fighter at Battle Cats.
That's what you were telling me earlier.
I am the best fighter at Battle Cats, and I'm going to become even better because, as you can see, my favorite Street Fighter characters are going to be available from November 28th to December 12th. This is a global hit mobile game. The Battle Cats, like I said, is going to feature the Street Fighter heroes during a special collab starting the 28th, going to the 12th. Make sure you download the Battle Cats for free on iOS or Android to enjoy the Street Fighter crossover stages, characters, and other exclusive content. Look how beautiful this looks, and I'm a big cat fan. If you're Team Dog, I'm Team Battle Cat. So make sure that you are on Team Battle Cats. Get that download going right now, as soon as you possibly can. And time's running out to register. What do these people need to register for, David?
What they should register for, / at this point, hey, check out when it happens and you can see the streams, because it's pretty late for this. But World Warrior has been happening for the last several months, and shout-outs to everybody involved on the right side. Those are the folks, those are the partners that have been helping to run this awesome series of events all over the world. 26 different regions, in fact, with 26 different regional champions. We talked earlier about how currently Mirkan is first in points in the region here. As you saw on No Neutral previously, they talked quite a bit about some of the other regions, what's going on in World Warrior. Things are coming down towards the end in quite a few of these places. So please check it out. Head on over to CapcomProTour.com, see if your region still has one that you can enter, and if not, it's going to be a blast to watch the finals for each of these events. Again, 26 different regional champions will make it to Capcom Cup. It's one of the ways to get into that event. So check it out at CapcomProTour.com. All right, well, we have had our first two matches here on the winner's side, round one of top 8. We're going to take a quick break. We'll have losers right after this.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
Hadouken! Round 1. Fight!
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey, there I do this. Never feel loose. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all face proof. And if you think I'm gon' fold, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. Or dunks aside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk. And I put on for my city from the intro. Fight! It started from the ground up, training getting wound up, channeling the inner self and moving up and down, crossing over, passing around, on the time like I can keep score. Years I never thought it crossed before. When I get tired on my knees, I got it digging it deep. I feel like I'm on the left, they really got me. I stand high, actions I with the wind, no good vibes. If you just did again, I'm out in the scheming, riding around in the dreaming. Once I get the feeling, nobody's
The top player is here. Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
if you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you want to challenge to me, what you wanna call me now? I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. Never back.
This is our destiny. My secret arts. Street Fighter VI.
Hey everybody, welcome back to CPT EU East here in 2022. As we talked about before, this is one of the very last CPT events to qualify for Capcom Cup. There's only one more after this now. There are World Warriors, as we mentioned as well, but as far as just straight up CPTs to get in there, to win the thing, and get into Capcom Cup, this is only the second to last. So thanks a lot for showing up and watching this. My name is Ultra David. I'm here with Jake, and we are moving now into the loser side of Top 8.
Yeah, loser side of top 8. We have seen an excellent bracket so far, as you can see here. A 3-0 and a 3-1 on the sides of Mirkin and Shady Imposter for the winners finals, which we will be seeing later. And we are going to be going on to the loser side, starting off with RXS versus Shivo. Both of these players did end up losing yesterday, falling down to this loser side. However, still very strong performances both sides. Couple of input errors here or there on both sides. RXS with the Oro, so incredibly close, had a fantastic reset into a drop, and then Shivo on the Vega, a couple of two slides too many without the V-trigger activations, and I know it's something in the water. I actually rate Vega players based on how long it takes them to slide. If you are a Vega player and you slide in 99 seconds with no resources, you are the most Grandmaster plus Ultra Grandmaster super player that I've ever seen.
They call that a 99.
Yeah, it's a 99. That's a 99.
And if you wait
There's
until
an
like
09er?
80 seconds, you're an 80.
You're an 80.
It just goes down. Goes down from
you
there.
need to get the A+ on the test, and I need to see if your Vega is better than the rest.
Don't you be a 1.
Don't be a 1.
Get out
Be
there.
a 99.
Early and often. That's what I say.
Early and often, no protection, no resources. You go.
RXS, Romania. We're looking for that Oro, as you mentioned. Jevo, Slovakia. Let's hear what RXS thinks about this, as he says, this time, I am looking for fun and hype moments, plus winning my sets. Of course, yesterday he said, I'm looking for fun and hype moments, which he gave us, but as he implies there, not exactly as he was hoping for. So he hopes to be on the winning side of it this time, and fun and hype. You know, what more can you ask for, really? The W and the fun and the hype, that's basically the full package. So he's hoping that that happens for him.
That's everything that you would need to be successful in fighting games. You get the hype,
really in life, you know?
Yeah.
That's what you need.
Hype, fun, and victory. And
sounds like a good combo. His Oro was not that far away.
Yeah, exactly.
Really. I mean, he had that combo that was going on where it seemed like maybe he thought he had like one more rock in there.
Stone,
yeah, something like that. But did not and ended up losing. But for that, could have gone differently. That's something that I'm sure he'll be thinking about as he comes in here. Now, he's not currently on the top 8 of the EU East World Warrior, but Shivo is actually currently 7th.
Wow.
So in good position out there.
Yeah.
Shiva's quote is, Alia lacta est, which, as you know, means the die is cast in Latin. The die is cast. Shivo comes in. Now, one thing we saw from Shivo quite a bit of was jumping. I'd love to see more of the mid-range play, grounded play. Yes.
93.
Shivo, the 93. The 93.
93. 88.
You multiply it is how it works. You don't add it up. You multiply.
Yeah, exactly. Because now we are looking fantastic. Had the V-trigger to keep it safe this time, but double the slide, double the power. And after that, after both those risks, RXS in a firm lead.
It's true. Hey, okay. Grab comes.
Ooh, and not afraid to bust out early, but again, utilizing the slide excellently. Shivo has just consistently been connecting with that, but now RXS punishing on the 4th one. 75% hit rate, doesn't matter. 100% fall rate.
Scored a 93 last time. I'm looking for...
Give me a 96. Nah, no chance.
Okay. Well, I like the movement right now. Yeah, and harassing with that. Again, that stamp media punch, very strong at that range. Not that it leads into a lot of damage, but it's just a great button to have.
Yeah, it's not always about the damage. It's about setting that space and setting the pace.
The frustration of it for the opponent is a big part of it. So in and out is the style here for Shivo. And RXS, not quite there with the anti-air. It is tough to anti-air this character. Got really good jump-ins, great jump speed.
Again, everything is connecting, and it's Shivo playing a little bit more patient, playing that slow game, and really being really annoying. But now RXS has that full critical art. Same thing on the side of Shivo, though. And confirm. Oh, EX. Back to neutral.
Yeah, and with a big life lead, that's okay. Oh, boy.
Life lead evaporating quickly. Huge bumble. Fun and hype moments indeed. RXS, can he make it a victory? And there it is. One confirm, and that life lead is gone. Commentator Curse classic right there from the side of Ultra David.
And I think that did take a confirm. It didn't seem like RXS expected the jump roundhouse to connect. But once it did, ended up confirming in the crouching medium kick into kickity kick.
The dub. I also, like, that's what goes through my head. He did a kick, into another kick.
The little kick
and
through.
the tippy tap.
All right.
And he got done the 99.
99.
100%. Oh, you can never get 100.
That's true. Oh, no.
You can get close to the sun, but too far, and Icarus might fall. And right now, Shivo going a little too hard with the slides.
I do like the idea of keeping this range. Unfortunately, RXS gets in, harasses here. Ooh. Shivo in big trouble.
Oh, wow. 7 golden letters right there. You can't get 100, but you sure can get a perfect in RXS. Living up to the quote this time. Feeling super good against Shivo here. Anti-air again gets counter hit. A little bit hard to get that timing. Great jump-ins like you said earlier.
Unfortunate. That is going to be a good chance here for RXS.
Yikes. Oh, no, a little bit of a drop, but no, still stays in the corner. Not that much of a loss. Goes for the stagger right there. Into the throw reset. Going to be huge damage. Should not be able to kill here. Ooh. And actually the drop. Uh-oh.
To be honest, might have been able to get close to killing, but
yeah,
the air there.
Yikes. In the throw on the ground right there, catching Shivo off guard. Quick 2-0 for RXS. A lot of resources on the side of Shivo. Did not get to utilize them. You know, V triggered out of the corner to try to reset to neutral, but still stuck in the same situation where it was a one-touch and got crossed undered into the throw. So RXS, you know, running a train with Oro. I'm having a lot of hype and fun right now.
It's true. It's true. And I like the offense a lot, but I like it in part because it doesn't feel forced to me.
Yeah.
Been able to find situations, certainly, but without... Yeah, okay. One way to do it is to let the opponent jump in and to get the anti-air in a way that will create offense for yourself. Certainly that's been something that's come up too.
Ooh. And again, now every single situation is coming up RXS. One more tech block. Yeah, I really like that from Shivo. And now shaving off that stun, but waking up DP and not putting... What? Just did it again?
Interesting. Well, in any case, we got match point here for RXS. Looking really strong. Great idea to bring out the wake up EXDP right there when it was so close to stunning and when he had such a huge life lead. Shiva really needed a lot of work to be done.
Typically a high risk reward move, but it didn't matter at that point because you could have taken 3 hits and you would have been just fine. And now trading on those anti-airs, it works out. You get that offensive pressure situation. And, you know, we're talking about Vega being hard to anti-air. Oro as well with that extra little hop. Ooh, big crush into the corner, but no, the drop.
Slowly on the approach here is RXS. Yeah, just happy to take those trades. Gets the knockdown because of it. Here's pressure. That is a chance, though. Shivo could have had more.
Waits a second. Try to bait out the EXDP there, too, from Shivo. And yeah, EX resolution connects. All right, let's see again, but the EXDP this time, no patience, no waiting.
Oh, boy, the party.
And
the stones are coming out.
You got to guess right over and over, but the view trigger out doesn't matter. Wake up jab, and just like that, RXS will be sending Shivo out of the tournament. 3-0 for the Oro. Getting the win, staying true to the quote this time, and giving us a little hype on the way, too. Really great hit confirms. Got a couple of anti-air trades here and there, but showed out on top versus Shivo. A couple of overextensions on the Vega. Didn't really get to utilize the V-trigger cancels at all to deal with the slide, and at the end just not opting to slide at all, just of how much they've been getting punished. And you want to be able to use that tool on Vega. It's one of the strongest tools that they have, and you have to be confident with that resource, otherwise you're hindering your kit. So
well, you're absolutely right that the quote turned out to be apocryphal. It was correct. Alia lacta est. Alia lacta est. It was a good point. It was a good point. All right, so we're going to take a look here at the bracket just to let you know exactly, again, where we are. And then we're going to take a jaunt forward in the rounds here. So, again, waiting in winners finals, Mirkin and JD Imposter. We're going to hold off on that for a little while. Round 1 of losers. Match 1, RXS moves on. We'll play against Kalmal. Unfortunately for Legenda SF, ended up not being able to compete today. I hope things are going okay out there. Maybe tried to say, but I do wish the best. Resinebe moves on, and we'll play against Get Blame in the next round.
Yeah, Resinebe against Get Blame in the next round. I mean, you know, Dan had a day out of the office. That's what I'm saying right now. That's what's going on. Dan needed to take a little break from the Godogan. But yeah, Get Blame and Resinebe is going to be a fantastic one. First time we're going to be seeing Resinebe today, which is the Akuma, and then Get Blame. We got to see some of that hidden talent on display here because Get Blame kind of got American to put some work in on the winner's side. It was
looking good here.
It was a little bit painful to watch, but it does happen. It's nothing to be upset about because now it's do or die on the loser side. You have an opportunity to move forward and get that potential run back. And Akuma versus Sakura is going to be pretty exciting. Obviously, Sakura has the better fireball game. She has, I would say, better normals as well.
Okay.
But Akuma is still Akuma. He's still a great character. But yeah, tell me, what I see from what you're looking at, there's not a lot of history between these two players.
Yeah, it hasn't happened too often, but when it did happen earlier in the World Warrior, Resinebe is the one who took it. So shout out to Resinebe. who has spoken up big time in their previous match and who spoke up when we asked him for a quote earlier, saying, "One cannot walk into walking. One must first crawl."
I think that's
One cannot walk, Jake, into walking. One must first crawl. Shout outs to Resident Evil. I really like the quote. For a little bit more background, he also told us he started playing Street Fighter V, his first fighting game, 1.5 years ago. So that is pretty impressive to have gotten to the stage that he's at in 1.5 years. That sounds like a long time if you're not like a fighting game player, but like that is actually super fast.
That is a long time,
fast.
especially to get to that point of enlightenment as a fighting game player, whereas one cannot simply walk.
Yeah.
Just because one has the walk speed doesn't mean they can wield that power, especially as an Akuma player, because it's like, oh yeah, I walk real fast.
Sure does.
That's
He's a little
pretty-
speed demon.
He is a little speed demon, little speedster right there. You can get into a lot of trouble though with that speed.
You can.
You got to watch yourself.
Well,
Restraint.
it's
You got to
gonna be-
crawl before you walk.
It's going to be helpful in this matchup.
Oh yeah,
Two
you need
characters
it.
who have some of the best walk speed in the game. Sakura, famous for just walking out of some block strings. She can just walk out of some command grab setups. Some characters have. Shout out to Sakura.
I wonder who that's happened to before.
Maybe me 1,000 times.
Wow. I just want to play the funny sumo man and grab Sakura, and I can't.
I don't actually do command grab very often.
That's what you want people to think.
No, I'm 100% being truthful.
That is what grapplers want you to think. Do not listen to this man's agenda, because he's like, I don't command grab that often.
All I actually do is press hands. I'm pressing the punch button over and over again. Fact.
This is a ruse.
Fact.
He's like a mime on the
That's my
street.
style.
He wants to trick you, because then he's gonna command grab you, and he's be like, I don't do it that often. Every single block string. Don't listen to him.
I will only do hands.
Only
It's
hands?
True.
Yeah, that's a form of hands. You put your hands on them and command grab them.
Sure. Was I leaving myself an out that maybe you just discovered? Maybe. Maybe.
And thank you for coming to our session of Into the Mind
That's
of a
how it
Grappler
goes.
with Ultra David. That is the dissertation. It's actually going to be a book available on the shelves for free $99, because that's how you feel after you get command grabbed by him. But no command grabs in this set.
This is not a set that's going to have command grabs. Resident Evil was sent down to loser side, if you were not watching yesterday, by Shady Imposter. So these both have lost to the folks who are in winners finals.
Yep.
That means that it's a little hard to maybe judge their strength or style, right? Because if you lose only to the people who are guaranteed top 3, it's like a little bit less information about you as a player. So we'll see how this one goes. Again, we have a little bit of history between the two, not a terribly large amount. Again, for Resident Evil, who's been playing only for a year and a half, when they played, it was in July. It was actually in the Europe East #1 in World Warrior. And much as a 1.5-year-old child would find a huge difference between July and November.
Oh, yeah.
That actually is
That's a long time.
It actually is a really long time in the life of somebody who's been playing a game for a year and a half.
It's
So
like
he was already there even several months ago.
Yeah, it's like when you're a kid and the summer feels like it's a million years. It's
Yes.
because in the grand scheme of things, that is a much larger portion of your life than it was before. And now, I mean, this match, their matches feel longer than any of our matches ever will.
There it is.
Resident Evil, like, we'll never have that feeling.
No. To me, it feels like everything goes by almost immediately nowadays. Here's Resident Evil. Gonna get some Oki for himself moving forward. Yeah, it's a tool that we saw big time for him yesterday. Forward Fierce to bypass that range right there. It does put you at minus range, but hey, on hit, you get significant damage out of it. Here's Resident Evil again.
And I love that, changing up the jump arc as well with the fire.
Let's go! You can't throw that.
That was crazy Tatsu. Nice, anti-air doesn't get the follow-up as well, but it does not matter. Big crush should kill here without a doubt. Akuma, explosive. Resident Evil. I see why they have the victory. 1.5 years? That's
right.
that's, practice well spent. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Yo! We saw that yesterday, too, and it got blown up, but this time, Resident Evil finding an escape.
Yeah, Gameplay will keep his eye on that. He'll keep that in mind next time. Lovely. Again, we've seen 2 big jump-ins, and both of them have been back fierce. One traded, but that's fine. It shows that Resident Evil is really keeping his eye on that.
Ooh, not afraid to spend on defense as well. Again, utilizing that excellently, but not getting the confirm afterwards on the counter hit. A little bit of a free punish from the side of Get Blame, and now Stuck under duress. Any hit confirm kills here because of the critical art. You have to be so careful.
Oh, yeah. She still gets to press a button.
She's plus,
V-trigger one there.
She's got them frames.
That was a potentially strong spot for Resinebe, who takes off his shirt, rips off the shirt.
Man, Akuma's so
round
sick.
number 3.
I love this character.
Again, really ready for the anti-air.
Yeah, the trade almost every single time. And utilizing the fireball to have a little bit more range and control. And again, beating the EX with the jump in fireball. So good. But yeah, I can bust out too. Neither of these players afraid the EX DP. Oh, and there it is forward.
I do think Get Blame expected at that time we saw the jab, but unfortunately didn't get anything else.
Yeah, likely won a little bit more there. The read was there, so now the fact that the idea is there, Resinebe has to be thinking about that.
Sure.
Uh-oh. Just take the throw. Oh. Yikes.
Tried it again, and with super, the next hit is, well, could kill anyway. I'm not going to give you the for sure, but could kill if it's the right stuff. Here's Resinebe pressuring, finds the hit.
Oh my goodness. And just as the set started, the first match ends. The forward fierce, my God. That is, I think that's Resinebe's favorite button. It has to be. It has to be. The ground chop? Ooh.
Yeah, it's really done a lot of work for him. Again, there's that range there where it does kind of bypass a lot of other things. If the opponent brings out some buttons, it can hop over it. And on hit, it does significant damage. Leads to significant damage. It's unthrowable. Like, it's got a lot of benefits. It does mean that you give up your turn on block. You're at minus frames, but it's got a lot of positives.
So got to see Get Blame answer that a little bit more defensively.
That
but
was so
that was
good.
So good.
That was a classic fireball trap of old. Another big chance.
Again, with the same button on the forward fierce. This is huge damage right here. You kill? No, a little bit too far, but it doesn't matter. The chase down with the fast walk speed throw. Get Blame falling apart now. Resinebe. Man, oh man. I'm liking this Akuma.
Yeah, looking really good. You can get a sense that Get Blame is trying to figure out where to stand here. Jumping hasn't really been it. His own anti-airs, though, have been legit. They have consistently been legit. But there's that range where Resinebe has had great fireball games, where his fierces have come out, where his forward fierces have come out. Get Blame would love to have more say there.
Ooh, and I like that because Get Blame respected the EXDP that time, and Resinebe just walked forward, grabbed, but it doesn't matter. Critical art kills here. Get Blame getting around on the orange. You feel really good about that one. Wants to try to even this up as soon as possible.
Final round.
Resinebe has shown, too, that he's got a good use of the V-trigger, so important to shut him off from being able to use it. Here comes pressure. Great defense!
Oh, yeah. Ooh, and the falling back right before the hitting the ground, going for the EX. Absolutely love that. And now, going back to the fireballs, trying to control that spacing. And again, big counter hit. Not exactly sure what Get Blame was looking for. You have to be so careful here. Any touch. Oh, and again! You're kidding me! Oh, I think you're dead with the critical art here.
Get out. Oh, yeah. Game is over. Resinebe is going to be up 2 games to 0 now. Part of what could be going on, in terms of why Get Blame is getting hit by the forward fierces, is that as he goes into the sky, it can seem like he's jumping.
Yeah. So
and
for an
it seemed to me like he had the beginning of a crouching fierce. I think that's what got hit. So not uncommon to get sort of tricked by the animation of that move.
Yeah.
I do think that could be part of what's going on here.
And I think that's a really good thing to differentiate, especially as you get to the higher levels of gameplay. You have to focus on anticipation versus reaction, because if you're reacting and you know that Akuma has that tool that takes him off the ground, you have to look for him to go into that jump animation. It's kind of like why Luke was really tricky to anti-air for a while, because his jump looked like he was just doing a jumping normal. So I need to see Get Blame be a little bit more patient on that, because the anti-airs, yes, they have been on deck, but as soon as Resinebe has changed the arc of his jumps or utilized the six heavy punch, it's been falling apart. But now, as I say it, Get Blame got the download on this round at least.
Yeah, it looked really good. Immediately into offense, and his offense was really strong.
Everybody's got a plan until they get hit.
He did a good job at executing a different plan. He gave a pretty different look in terms of what the buttons were, what the timings were. He put an overhead in there. Oh, yeah, okay. So it may be that Get Blame is starting to figure out the defensive choices. No, just as I say, Resinebe is out of there.
now Rezneve playing it a little bit slower. And there we go, not a trade this time. And
yeah, he might be walking forward there expecting to block a cross-up.
yeah, most likely. But again, the flip right there, very interesting. Not sure exactly what Rezneve was going for.
Well, Rezneve certainly is hoping that Gitblame will jump. Having not seen it, there comes the fireball. Ooh, activation points ready for both here. Got there in time, no!
The drop on both sides, too, gets the V trigger activation. You're kidding me!
Dude, that's pretty sick. It's a chance here for Rezneve to take it.
You gotta be so careful. Oh, went for it again, and no. he did poor fierce walk back before it.
Oh no, a drop came from Gitblame. May live to regret it here. Rezneve really just needs one.
Please,
no, another chance came.
Oh my goodness, the EX even flip goes straight over the fireball at the very end. Gitblame had that round, had the game, just needed to hit confirm, and now we're at 7-point Rezneve. Oh, man.
It's a really good sign for Rezneve to be able to weather that storm. Obviously, the chances were given to him by Gitblame, but he's the one who ended up taking the round actively himself anyway.
Oh, yeah. Again, the jump arc, no anti-air came out because the fireball came. Got a little bit of punish. That's a way to answer it. I'm interested on the lack of follow-up from the side of Rezneve, but it's not mattering right here. Now stuck in the corner. That's it.
I love it.
Yep.
I love it.
Finally busting out, utilizing the sweep. Beats shimmies. A little bit more of the V-trigger.
A couple of attempts with plus frames there, and Rezneve backed off, so doesn't feel like he needs to overextend. Good sign to see. Just then, taking a risk.
There we go. Just when Gitblame has a moment to fight back, Rezneve just sends it once again.
Yeah, it was a really good time to bring out EXTP. Classic time to bring out EXTP. Big opportunity. Okay, Gitblame at least got the grab. Trigger is ready here for Rezneve.
And again, it starts as it finishes. 6 heavy punch. Connects and the chop, chop, chop. Gitblame's out of the bracket. Rezneve finishes off with the Kuma 3-0. Really great showing. Gitblame did show us these moments where, you know, the hidden talent was showing up. But again, it was those small instances where everything started to fall apart, and, you know, a drop here, a drop there. We saw it with the jump earlier where, you know, the combo would have killed and just left it on the table. This time we saw the crush counter into nothing, and there's nothing more in this bracket for you, Gitblame. Better luck in the World Warrior Series. But man, oh man, it is, what a match, Rezneve.
Yeah,
so
he kept on doing what was working, and that's very important. Once you identify that, keep it up. For Gitblame, I think there's still quite a bit of positivity to take away from this, but there's also the lesson, too, of having to sort of game plan around that forward fierce. Yeah, we see it was something that even in rounds where he was otherwise looking great, and we're taking a look at a couple from here, he got hit by in a way that then started significant offense. Yeah, and for Rezneve, or
every
that
single
took it. Yeah,
flip.
I see. All right, all right. I see what we're doing.
Wait, give me another one. Give me another one.
And of course, there was the round where Gitblame had 2 or 3 chances to kill and take the game, and unfortunately for him, didn't quite do it. He did do it here. Yeah, and over V-Rev. Yeah, I mean, it's got utility, man.
Oh, man.
But yeah, again, there's definitely positivity to take away from Gitblame, and I think part of it is that really not too far away from having done great, right? If he had ended that round with one of the 2 chances, if he did figure out the forward fierce, it would have been a very different match.
Yeah, that was...
So.
Yeah.
All right, Rezneve moves on, and we're going to move on to Kalmal versus RXS.
Oh, yeah. Kalmal, RXS. Going to be another fantastic set that we have here. We saw RXS, you know, stay true to the quote earlier, had a hype, fun moment, and was able to get the win. And Kalmal on the ed, you know, getting a little bit blasted in the winner's side, but does have an opportunity. We're going to see if Psycho Upper is better than Tenguson this time. And I don't know. I'm excited to see this match because I do believe Ed has the edge pretty well, but Oro's a good character. Oro can make this happen. It just depends on who can maximize their opportunities as well. So Wow, oh wow. RXS versus Kalmal.
That's where we are headed. Yeah, indeed. Again, Kalmal is looking strong in the World Warrior.
Exactly. Second, correct?
Yeah, currently second in points. Yeah, exactly. And as we mentioned yesterday, although you saw the age there, quite young, still in the teens, he said the first game I ever played was Street Fighter II when I was 6.
The movie. No.
But that's not first fighting game, please note.
First game.
It says first game.
First game. Can you imagine? We go to their place. They have the cab just right there.
Why not?
That's how you learn. And we're not even going to see the ad. We're seeing the Sagat right now. So maybe doesn't want to deal with any of the fireball shenanigans that would be on the side of Oro and just can Tiger Shot their way through. I'm actually interested to see why we would switch over to Sagat, and immediately it looks like the fireball game.
Sure, yeah, I think that does make sense. Sagat can definitely control here, or I would imagine anyway that he could control here. Now, I'm not sure I feel like Ed particularly loses that many matchups, but I can still see Sagat being useful in this matchup.
Zapparino, if you have any input on this, please go ahead and get in on the chat for us.
Yeah, well, doing a great job of it so far is Kalmal.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, backdash was really important there. Okay, RXS in, starts the party.
Oh, and immediately the reversal says, get off of me. And yeah, this is Tiger versus Turtle uppercut right now.
Super strong control. I love what we saw out of Kalmal in this round. The fireball timings were great. The spacings were great. He backed off really well. He went in when he had the chance. Sagat can actually deal pretty good damage from some of his setups, some of his true combos. And so we sort of saw all sides of the Sagat game plan.
Yeah, and I think the disengagement was the most important part, like you said, because as soon as the V-trigger was spent on the side of RXS, V-reversal and ran. Nice.
Yeah, again, looking really good here is Kalmal. And it makes sense that RXS would bring out things like EX as a way to sort of move in. Uh-oh.
That was deep. That was a deep crossover.
But it also means that he has way less access to big damage if he does find his way actually in to get EX kickity-kick. Kalmal prioritizing safety, staying away.
Still completely possible that this can be won by the side of RXS. Has to walk it down. You must walk before you walk. You must crawl. And that is not going to be it right there. Crashes straight into the Tiger Shot.
Excellent defense.
Yep, first game to Kalmal. And that was just the patient game. The exact switch. And the reason I was expecting for the Sagat to come out, it was the cool, calm, and collected full screen game, not ever letting Oro get the job started. Because Ed wants to be up close and personal in that mid-range. And that's a dangerous place to be because you make one mistake and Oro starts to play the Tengu Stone game. And now with Sagat, you never have to be at that zone. You never have to be at that range. And you can actively disengage as quickly as you want to if you don't utilize your V-gauge. So love that from Kalmal.
Yeah, again, really strong mid-range control. Ah, suddenly.
Oh!
And that is certainly a tool to use, V-Shift. Obviously, it activates from pretty far, and you can get a knockdown from it. But that means that you're going to have fewer chances at Tengu Stone, and that means that red bar is pretty dear for an Oro player.
Yeah, because now, I mean, gets it finally, but can't opt to really utilize anything else. And now this is the worst place for Kalmal to be in the corner. But it's also that magic range where...
Hold on a sec! And with no EX bar, Kalmal could be stuck here. Okay, builds it defensively, having gotten his butt kicked. Here comes RSX. Great defense. Kalmal blocked it and then was patient.
Yep, they jump back down, and now no more V-trigger. Pretty much nothing to work with. Kalmal just has to make one correct decision, has the V-trigger themselves, finally comes out, and got a little bit impatient. Time stomp. RXS stood right up into the Tiger Shot.
Looking tough for RXS here.
Oh!
Really the first significant risk and not punished terribly well, unfortunately, for RXS.
That's what we saw from RXS before, too, leaving so much on the table in those big moments. That's an easy 30% you can take away. And now Kalmal, you know, getting away with highway robbery.
And he gets to back all the way up here.
Got that cheeky
estate. Oh, yeah, it's another chance. Doesn't spend the EX. He has often gone for reset and the grab in that situation. Man, the Tiger Roar is so sick. God, this is... Look, as somebody who's been playing since Street Fighter 2, this is my favorite Sagat. He's
Tiger.
so cool.
Tiger.
I'm not going to tell you he's the best version of Sagat, but he's my favorite for sure.
Oh, you don't say.
He's so sick.
All right, what's the best version?
That's actually tough, man.
Yeah.
He's had some good entries.
Ooh. And now getting in excellently in neutral afterwards after that sweet crash counter. But now, RXS busting out, not afraid. One throw will do it, and that's exactly what Palmo was looking for. You gotta be so careful. Ooh, the anti-air trade. You gotta be so careful.
Okay, cannon. Oh, no, but that is, yeah, max range right there. That's still Sagat's turn.
Yep, that was so rough. And that's something, too. You have to understand the spacing against this character, because if you think, normally it's your turn. Oh, he did that point blank. All right, I'll take my turn. Not against this big fella. That's Muay Thai from a distance.
Yep. To go along with his slow walk speed, if he finds exactly the right spot on a bunch of his stuff, Tiger Knee, Tiger Shot, that kind of stuff, it is a lot of control that he gets. He's got to work for that. He's got to find exactly the right spots. That's not it. But when he does, yeah, he has a lot of control for sure.
Oh. I think was maybe baiting a DP there, but there was no bar on the side of RXS, so... Oh my goodness.
So Kalmal has identified that he thinks RXS isn't that sure about what to do post-Tiger Knee. I think is the kind of lesson I'm learning here.
Yeah. And it's becoming painfully apparent, too. But yeah, again, EXDP.
Ooh, let's go!
Triple dash!
Let's go! Little hermit aura. He's hilarious. Yeah, he definitely makes a weird noise.
He's working to get in there.
Hey! Knockdown.
Now in the corner, how do you try to escape? Obviously, we've been seeing Kalmo opt to utilize the V reversal to get out, but now V-Trigger is active. So much damage on the board. You can't make any mistakes with RSX, and that was a huge error. Set point for Kalmo. And V-Trigger exploded Oro.
Hey!
That's a round start. Chicken feet.
Yeah, one risk for another risk, and a third as well. And I get it. If you're RXS, you know, you're at this point kind of need to bring out some shenanigans in order to get in. It's the more solid stuff just unfortunately hasn't been working. Kalmal's Sagat's just been too strong.
And I immediately understand the change to this character now after seeing how this set has played out. Kalmal, I mean, these players have obviously played before too, so it might just be a matchup knowledge, but ooh, a little bit overextension, and now not even getting a full punish. You have to take your damage when it's there.
Kalmal doesn't really have too much reason to do anything different than what he's doing right now. Not at immediate risk. As soon as he saw the jump forward, he put himself at exactly the right spot. Offensive V-Rev as well. He's hunting for the kill.
Yeah, you got to be so careful. Challenging right there. No, any touch will do it, and there it is. The Tiger Shot to end it all. 3-0 for Kalmal. And the nail in the coffin was really that Kara upper at the end.
Yeah,
right there.
that was huge.
Just caught him out, and RXS couldn't stay on the ground, could not approach through the sky, and now, as we heard before, the die has been cast, and die, Oro, we'll see you the next time, because Kalmal has moved forward with the Sagat, Ed obviously on the portrait, but the man with the tiger in his heart made it happen this time.
I really liked it. I thought the Sagat was great. I thought that he had all of the kind of control that you need with Fireball games. He had the anti-air there. He put himself at the right spot for plus frames after Tiger Knee, and then having recognized that the opponent didn't seem comfortable dealing with it, he went in on that again and again. Really important to have seen, too, that recognition of jump forward that Oro had.
Oh, yeah.
And then Kara uppercut, the offensive view reversals after that. So, again, all the kind of sides that I think you need to be a successful and a strong Sagat were there.
Yeah.
Kalmal looked really strong. So, yeah, RXS out of there at 5th. Not too bad, but not going to get the W today.
Yeah, and the thing about that Kara uppercut, too, is we didn't see that the rest of the set because the double jumps were coming out from the side of RXS, and finally found success at the end, waiting to go for that Kara uppercut when the moment was needed for the anti-air, and was just patient, not like getting baited into those anti-air situations before. So really loved to see that from Kalmal, and loved everything I've seen so far in this bracket so far as we've continued to move forward. We started with 8. Now we only have 4 competitors left. But soon we have something even more interesting coming up. Do you know that?
I don't know that. Can you explain? Did you say soon? What am I expecting soon?
There's
anything?
There's this game available.
Is there a game?
Yeah, currently in China. It's called Street Fighter Duel. Street Fighter Duel is, you know, it is the Capcom authorized mobile game, and it's now available for download in China. And the gold version, it is coming soon. It is coming soon, and you get to fight along Ryu, Chun-Li, Ken, and against the Suzaku Castle, further into the Shadowloo City. Explore the mysterious organization, experience the classic stories, and all of your Street Fighter legends now back on track. Make sure that you get a part of the epic legend Reborn. The mobile download for Street Fighter Duel is now available, so make sure you fight and join the journey with millions of other players to become the best fighter. And I can't wait to get my hands on it because I already think I'm the best fighter at Battle Cats, but I am not the best fighter at Street Fighter Duel yet.
Unbelievable. So. Well, I already am.
Man,
that's right. Period. End of sentence. I sure am. I'm not, however, the best Street Fighter V player in the world. I will admit that. I will admit that. I'm not even the best Street Fighter V player in North America East. But we could find out who is on December 3rd. Our final CPT online event will be coming December 3rd and 4th. Registration will close soon, November 28th. That is tomorrow. At least where I live, that's tomorrow. Could be already today for you. Check it out. CapcomProTour.com is where you can find more information. You can see when the streams will be starting. If you happen to be in the PST time zone, you can do your own translations to where you live locally. That's going to be a really, really strong and interesting event. There are, I don't know, 5 or 6 like real credible folks who can absolutely take that thing. And you know, a few of them have been Capcom Cup champion in the past, or have been in grand finals of Capcom Cup or Evo. So you know, it's a pretty good lineup of players.
I mean, the fact
get in there if you are a player who has a chance to play. It would be cool. Maybe you get matched up against one of them. Maybe you learn some stuff. Maybe you have a good time. But even if not, even if you just want to watch, it's going to be a good one.
Man, oh man, yeah, that is going to be one of the strongest CPT qualifiers that we have for the entire year, and you know, saving the best for last. You know, it's kind of up there. It's kind of up there in that hot topic discussion, and even more matches that are going to be up there for our eyes to enjoy pretty soon. But David and I are going to be taking a quick break. We're going to re-up on our Red Bulls because 4 players are left, and only 1 will be at the top to see who qualifies for East Europe in the second to last Capcom Pro Tour qualifier. So please stay tuned, get your water, get your Red Bull, because we're not going anywhere, and you shouldn't either. We'll see you soon.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand up turn to defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
So then, you really want to go through the trouble? Fine.
Oh, we caught him in air zone! Real back in the scenes like, this is your first time tuning into Street Fighter League? Where have you been? We've been waiting for you.
This is Street Fighter League.
Looks like I can have a little fun now.
We're about to take you on a mad, wild journey.
Oh my God. I was actually in awe.
Street Fighter League is coming to see who is the best in the world. And I'll tell you right now, it's only the beginning.
I will fight you.
Gotcha-Ku!
Oh, wow,
Gotcha-Ku. Oh, that is really unfortunate. You saw that exchange right there. We've seen something open whip punish it a couple of times, but the jump backs, Hiro stealing it all back from Gotcha-Ku. You can't jump in the corner. What are you doing? Oh!
Oh my God, just 1 second left and it runs out the clutch. Just teasing, just lots of tea. Get the kettle warmed up.
And he gets the stun. That was nasty.
It's even more an international players ball. We're getting players from all over the world. And I said it before, but we're getting the best players here to show you guys off.
No time to be wasted.
think there's gonna be more than enough to jump in.
There's no escape!
That was actually broken.
That was actually ridiculous. Can I get the digital scissors on that?
We've been waiting for the final year of Street Fighter V. We've been speculating who's gonna be the golden players.
If you stand in my way, I will kill you.
I'm on another level. I won't stop, can't stop. I'm on another level. Yeah. I won't stop, can't stop. I'm coming for the devil. I won't stop, can't stop. I'm on another level. Yeah. I won't stop, can't stop. I'm coming for the devil.
Solving is your Central America West champion. Justin Kidd is going to Capcom Cup for the Midwest. XSK Samurai. He is your North America West Capcom Cup qualifier.
Turn up the heat. Yeah, I'm on another level.
Oh my God, he's dead.
Another level.
There is a lot riding on their shoulders going into.
So every match counts.
Street Fighter League Season 5.
It's good to be back because you guys are not ready with what's to come.
Show me better Street Fighter, bro. Where do you get these matches, B?
I will fight you.
I'm on another level.
Do you believe in fate?
I'm on another level. I won't stop, can't stop. I'm on another level.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Capcom Pro Tour 2022. We are in the latter half of East Europe. 4 players remain, and we are going to see who stays on top to determine one of our last 2 Capcom Pro Tour qualifying players for the CPT Finals coming up to a Hollywood area near you. Jake Ryan joined by Ultra David and some Ultra hype matches that we've had so far.
Whoa! You ain't Ryan.
They'd
Anyway,
be calling
let's
me
check out the
Jake
bracket.
Ryan if I was. Yeah, show me those. Show me that graphic.
All right, here you go. Winners finals is Mirkin versus Shady Imposter. They have looked very strong. Happy to see that they are in that position. Very well deserved. And then in losers semifinals, Paul Mall versus Rezenebe, who of course have looked great too, as you see 3-0 and 3-0 respectively as they made it through. So the top 4 is locked and loaded. For Mirkin, first in World Warrior points, top 8 in the last CPT.
Ooh.
And I think many of us felt that he was the favorite coming into this. So far, looking pretty good for that.
Yeah, looking fantastic. And we see the G on the portrait right there. Has been playing Cody for a majority of the time today, but the G definitely the first character that we had on our list for Mirkin. And for those of you who were looking at the bracket, 3 O's across the board, 1-3-1, and all W's from the side of the winners. So, you know, very dominant playstyle from the winners in these the bracket so far as we've just been cruising through East Europe. And I'm excited to see if we're going to see more of that, because this is definitely the 2 heavy hitters that we would expect. Shady Imposter being 3rd in points for the World Warrior, Mirkin 1st in points for the World Warrior. So Definitely a highly contested match and a lot on the line here. Sitting grand finals winner's side is where you want to be, especially you're 2 sets away from being in the Capcom Cup.
Right.
That's a lot of pressure.
That's true.
That's a lot of pressure.
You're right. You're right. But, you know, American has, again, taken a lot of these events on the World Warrior in East Europe, and in doing so has made it past Shady Imposter multiple times. He has taken it 3 games to 0, 3 games to 1, 3 games to 0, and 3 games to 1.
Wow.
In the 4 times that they played in the World Warrior events. So
Man.
pretty strong results right there.
I mean, that tracks with what we've been seeing in this bracket, too. Only 3 0s and 3 1s, so we'll see if history repeats itself once again, or if Shady Imposter has figured out how to deal with American, whether it's the Cody or the G.
Yeah.
We're getting right into it now. It is going to be the G, the first G that we've seen of the weekend for American. Making Smug happy somewhere in the world. Shout out to Smug.
This character has been good since the start, and
You don't say.
I do think that that's true. And Mirkin's fact about himself is, I've been maining G since day 1.
So this is comfort beyond comfort right here. Grappler on grappler violence.
He's such a cool character. The way that they've changed him over the past couple years, in some ways nerfs for sure, but in other ways, having made him a little bit more interesting, in my opinion, the way that he needs to have a higher level to get more V-trigger time. Like, it actually matters what level you're in before V-trigger starts. Stuff like that is just cool. Like, they have made that mechanic so much more important over the years.
Yeah, having that depth, especially with a unique mechanic for G like that, the presidentiality, love to see it. And
however,
Alex
oh boy, Roundhouse begins the party.
Yeah, Alex doesn't care about any of that, but neither does the V-trigger activated president right here. Let's see, one more. Oh, that quick little reset off the jump right there. Shady Imposter getting out of dodge. A little bit dicey there, though.
Well, he had great pressure. Yeah. He overextended a little bit into that roundhouse.
Ooh,
oh,
okay.
Did not get the V-skill activated in time. It's not shiny. Eee.
Wow, yep. Gets another charge right there. Very fast buffers. That was such a good counter, and my god, Mirkin changing up the pace excellently.
Yo.
You acting like you're not going to get command grabbed.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, man. That was level 3 command grab right there.
That was so much.
So presidential. Shady Imposter, though, would love to get the party started. He's got the roundhouse. That's been the way in. He's been knocking down the door with that across this top 8. And right now, American's doing an excellent job of being outside of that range. You can see Shady Imposter trying to get the hit confirm here. Does not want to waste the activation. But Mirkin found the hit first.
Yeah, and that was just a battering right there. It was fireball into check, fireball into check. And the moment Shady Imposter thought that they could dash past, nope. Had the slide right in. Absolutely loved it.
See ya! Yeah. Well punished there by Mirkin. Tries a little bit of offense, backs off. He does look really comfortable and neutral as he moves around.
Yeah, and again, excellently punishing. The times we've seen Shady Imposter struggle is when the roundhouse has started to get punished. Obviously, it wasn't a crush counter, but any little check on that makes you a little bit more hesitant to press that button. So Mirkin feeling really good right now in neutral.
Oh,
wow, yeah, this is so much.
But interesting to not have seen the anti-air, I guess. Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, explode.
So again, they've played each other before. I guess that's probably informed his decision not to get the anti-air there. Here's pressure. V-trigger 2 is what's active for Shady Imposter. He's trying to get the hit confirms into knockdown.
And I like that.
Oh, man, Mirkin is just so right. His anti-air came when it was time to anti-air.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And Mirkin held on to that V-trigger as long as possible. Didn't want to use it without presidentiality levels, but used it to keep themselves saves in the right moment. And Mirkin gets that first game. History is already appearing to repeat itself as G. I see why he's a day 1 G main. Like, it is so clear in his play, just the decisions that he's been making. It's like, you don't want to, you know, to tout back to like when you see like a really high level Vega player, like when they do a raw slide and it feels like it connects every time. That's what I felt like with the decision making from G here. Even though it wasn't protected, every single time he'd engage, he caught low. And it was true. You only got punished once, and like you have to be able to have that read, because then your opponent always has to respect that. And it's so scary.
Yeah, you can't walk around safely.
Nope. Not in these streets.
Right. Sick. Just like that, he's already at level 3.
That was wild.
And He can... Oh, okay, he's going to lose the level here.
8. Yep. Great anti-air on deck. Shady Imposter. You do that with the crush counter. Massive. No more levels, though. Activation? He does. Yeah, wants as much as possible. Doesn't matter about the levels here. Because, you know, next touch should be able to kill anyways. Oh, my. Look at the great health. Oh, and you are done. Wow. What a sequence.
Yeah, that was a lot of great health and chip that he dealt in the trigger itself.
That was nasty. Just, it's my turn, it's my turn, it's my turn, you're dead.
You can see how Shady Imposter feels a little uncomfortable. Okay, finally. Having got to where he wants to be, he's got the knockdown here. Jumping out! Oh! Prioritizing neutral play, and why not?
Again, that huge risk right there from the side of Shady Imposter. And like you said, Mirkin only opting for the anti-airs when completely necessary.
Yeah.
Level 2.
Oh, he comes again.
And I like that. Goes for the trade there. Ooh, wow.
Continues to find the hits low.
Yeah, and had the V-trigger available as well to keep himself safe, so it's just a little bit of extra icing on the cake. Now, Shady Imposter has been so cognizant of the command grab. One more touch.
Oh, yeah. All right. He walked forward at a different timing than he had done before. His neutral play right there was a little bit of a different angle on things. Happy to see that.
Slowed it down, too. Was trying to catch out that fast standing short.
Can you punish it? Yeah, he could. Nice. Here's Shady Imposter. Maybe expecting a wake-up jump or something. It's Mirkin's turn.
Ooh. Wow, that jump in was huge. Maybe Shady Imposter thought there was going to be a cross-up coming and just got hit right in the dome piece. Wasn't a counter hit. Now corner to corner. This is not where you want to be. Fighting out, though. And I love that. Mirkin disengaging.
Hey, here we go.
No! Oh, that is tragic. Had a great opportunity to really excel there. And the shimmy comes out at the perfect time. One more touch will do it. You got to guess. We saw raw critical art come out before. But no, deals with the barrier. That setup isn't true.
No cancel.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Sent down 2-0 now. Shady Imposter's got to figure it out, or it's looking like it's a potential 3-0 once again. And it was that small mistake from Shady Imposter, that whiff where all momentum just fell apart and Mirkin ran away with it. It would have been a 1-1 on the board, or at least close to one, without that drop.
That's true. That was a big moment. And as this goes on, I do like more of what Shady Imposter's done. That moment in neutral I thought was good. We saw him do a regular jump in that did hit in that round as well. We're seeing him do the EX stomps through the V-trigger fireball portion of Mirkin's pressure. So as this goes on, he's definitely looking stronger.
And it's now just maintaining that consistency, because that is what Mirkin has done in the World Warrior and has done in this bracket so far. Because without that consistency, you're not going to be able to shut him down, especially on this potent G. And the thing is, if anything goes wrong, switch right back over to Ed.
Sure. Uh-oh. Okay, regular command grab, though, meaning not free pressure afterward. Oh, Mirkin finds the hit.
And here's the thing, it was safe anyways, too. So now, again, stuck in this one-touch situation in the corner, and you're just getting scooped beyond scooped. Done. One more round to go. Full critical art. Didn't, and here's the thing, Mirkin adjusted their approach there, didn't go for the V-scale fireball, and Shady Imposter didn't have an opportunity to bust out for free. Like, they already acknowledged that they can escape there. All right, I'm not going to do that anymore. You've shown.
It's true. Mirkin getting, gets the punish. He really hasn't let anything go. He's been contesting all of these. Try to hit confirm, and when it didn't work out, you can see he feels comfortable enough to just go back to neutral. With punish.
Yep.
And whereas before he's gone for level up, this time he wanted offense into the corner. He knows he's just a couple of hits away from moving on.
And doesn't even have to engage here now, just goes for the full screen low. Try to connect, but the back throw. This is where the party can start, but no! Goes for the Hail Mary throw, and just like that, Mirkin with the 3-0. We'll move on to Grand Finals. We'll be seeing Shady Imposter a little bit later. But Mirkin definitely sitting on the pinnacle, sitting on top with that top hat. Mr. President, we've got to go to Hollywood. because it's a potential soon. One more set.
That's true.
One more set.
Yeah, he could do it, and he's looking great to do it. As we mentioned, he's probably the favorite coming into this. We saw that because he made top 8 last year in the CPT. Again, we know that he's #1 in the points in World Warrior in the region. We talked about his success versus Shady Imposter specifically, how in 4 matches that they've played in the World Warriors, he's won each time, 3-0 or 3-1. This time it's 3-0 again. So yeah, he does look not only strong coming into this weekend, but this weekend looks strong as well. Now, that's not to say that I didn't like some of what Shady Imposter was doing. Again, I felt like he was figuring some stuff out. What was going on. We saw some more anti-G V-trigger stuff from him. Some of his own defense looked a little bit better. Some of his pressure worked out a little bit more, but it just wasn't enough. As Mirkin started off, if you think about it, that ending series was started off by Shady Imposter trying too hard for the roundhouse in neutral, getting whiff punished, getting put into the corner, and then never escaping from it. And, you know, when you're making a mistake like that versus a player of Mirkin's caliber, it's just going to be very tough to get the W.
Yeah, and it falls apart just as fast as it starts too, and that's what we saw there. So Mirkin sitting in that grand finals position, feeling comfortable now. Another 3-0 moving forward, and Shady Imposter will potentially have another opportunity to fight it out against Mirkin if they're able to take down the likes of either Como or Rezneve, which is going to be our next match here. So Como once again on the ed, 18 versus 38, 20 years between the two, but 1.5 years in the tank for Rezneve. So it's going to be exciting. Does Como know the forward fierce matchup? That is what I'm going to be asking myself after the last set. And it's super important to note because that was Reznebe's favorite button. And if you are watching the stream or you're watching the set, you are already thinking the two things I would take away from that. And as how am I going to react to their wake up teleport? How am I going to deal with forward fierce? Because those are the two options that helped escape on defense the most and aid in offense the most. So Como has their work cut out for them in that situation, but then also it's like a mind game. Rezneve is like, that's what I wanted you to think.
Could be.
But we will see here. This obviously is a player matchup. These players have a lot of experience playing against each other. And now, Como versus Rezneve, the chips will fall where they may. Akuma versus Ed.
I would expect Ed. I do know that some Sagat players pick into Sagat versus Akuma. It's something we've seen Bonchan do, for example, across the years, even when Akuma was even stronger than he is today, and Sagat not quite as strong. So it is a matchup that I know some Sagat players are comfortable with, but I think I would still expect Ed in this situation.
Likewise.
Looking for great tools that he has to get through fireballs, looking for great pressure he has, good mid-range control. Things like Kara Flicker can make even somebody like Akuma's back walk speed not as important.
It doesn't even...
Try walking out of that.
Minimizes it. See how far this reaches? You see what I do with these hands? The future of Street Fighter right there.
For sure, for sure. So yeah, I think that would be what I'm looking for coming into this. It doesn't seem like they played in the World Warrior specifically. Maybe they've played online, you know, in other situations here. We're talking about, I believe, Bulgaria and Czechia.
Yeah.
But, you know, Como, again, as we talked about, has been really successful in the World Warrior. Rezneve has made a top 8 in it.
Ooh,
and indeed it is Sagat. Okay.
Yeah, you
well,
were
look,
right.
I mean, as I said, I do know that some Sagats will choose into this matchup, but also on top of that, we just saw a killer Sagat performance. So, you know, even if it's not the specific matchup, maybe you're thinking, man, my Sagat was killing it right now. I'm sticking with that dude.
My Sagat's kind of nasty. I might just run that back. But again, Rezneve had a great performance on the Akuma earlier. Remember, it was 3-0, 3-0 from both sides. So, both of these players coming in hot off of a win. Ooh, again, the trades coming out from Rezneve on those back fierces have been pretty consistent, and that's definitely a trade going in Como's favor.
But right back into it, not just later there was Rezneve. He's got pressure for himself. Yeah, he's looking good. Backed off a little bit. Como took the bait. Ooh, what a block! Unfortunately, all the way into it. Rezneve. Hold on.
The drop.
Not dead.
Yeah, that mistake is huge.
Patience. Trigger weathered, but not the EX after.
Yeah, very good from Como, just locking down Rezneve. Staying at that range, too, away from DP, because the trigger was still active, couldn't go for the EX, too, so a lot of range there for Como to thrive, and what a great jump in. But again, the anti-air comes in, no follow-up, though.
He has been so consistent with that back fierce. I don't know that Kamal needs to jump in, but he did test it a couple of times, maybe just to see what Resinebe would do.
Yeah, you're not plus after that fireball in that situation, and that's something we didn't see from the previous set. No challenges on the jump in fireball when it was blocked, but Kamal ready.
Here's the jump in, pressure. Oh, it worked! Let's go, the button, TM.
That's the one.
Lovely. Puts himself into the corner. Wow.
And that cross under into the short, and that was such a good answer, the jump in fireball.
Immediately not dissuaded. However, Resinebe really can't afford that.
Yeah, you can't take any more trades anymore. And again, continues to go for it. That is not a trade that is in your favor, my friend.
Ooh. Steps on in.
Kamal. Feeling good. And that's something, too, that we've seen, like, Resinebe has continued to try to go to the skies and opt to utilize the fireball. And not only has it been punished on the ground, but it's been traded with the Tiger Uppercut, which gives more damage each and every time over to Kamal. And Akuma doesn't have a lot of health to work with in the first place, so gotta find a different way to approach. Maybe go for a neutral jump, change the jump arc, dive kick here or there. Just make, like, you have to make the animation look different or change your approach. Otherwise, you're going to keep running into that same exact situation, and Kamal will run away with it.
Maybe he's thinking the same. We see him grounded. We see him throwing fireballs here. Kamal could have immediately seen that. Oh, no. Wow. He's trying to end it.
Yeah. Just raw demon flip.
Oh, yeah.
See,
what jumps? You can tell Resinebe is not expecting that. He's expecting instead more of the grounded fireball game. Not really looking for forward movement from Sagat.
And that's the point you want to be in as Sagat, too. You want to make them put massive respect on one aspect of your game so you can play every avenue. And again, you were not plus after that situation.
I mean, especially, he looked like he was trying to press the fierce button there, and that's definitely not going to cut it. But to Resinebe's credit, he did not do the same kind of air pressure that he did before, so he recognized what the problem was. He is trying to make that change.
Yeah, and that's what's most important here, but you got to be able to change faster, especially because Kamal is adjusting quickly as well. And I love that. Testing the waters, too, right there on the Tiger Knee, seeing exactly how Resinebe is going to react to the raw Tiger Knee from different ranges.
Very grounded play by Resinebe. Jumping at a safe spot. You can use the opponent's fireballs to push you back to a safer spot where then you can approach from. Classic tech. Oh, it's an opportunity finally. And he's got to make it count, not just with the damage, but with the Oki. Uh-oh.
This is looking rough now. Stuck in the corner. Cannot escape. Once again, the fireball is not your solace. That's not how you're going to be able to jump. The X will go straight through it, even if it's not a trade. And you know what? I'll trade a little bit of damage for your life. Another game on the board for Kamal. 2-0 lead versus Resinebe. The jump-ins haven't been working. We've gotten a couple of confirms here or there in the corner, but as soon as that ends, the pressure falls apart in the corner. So Kamal has just been finding every single escape really well. It hasn't even been through like EX DPs to escape either. It's just solid defense.
I think what I'm most impressed by when it comes to Kamal is that he immediately recognized that Resinebe responded to getting anti-aired so many times by realizing that Resinebe was going to stay grounded and not expect jump-in. So he immediately, at the start of round 2, having seen like the first 10 seconds of Resinebe not jump, immediately jumped in and started his own offense instead in a way that Resinebe didn't expect. And that fluidity of options, you know, being able to play a character that is certainly primarily about zoning and space control, but recognizing when the opponent is so much expecting zoning and space control that they'll let you move forward.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, recognizing that really well and really quickly is an impressive thing. Good feat to do and a really good sign for Kamal's ability to move on here.
Yeah, the quick wit to shift your tempo that way is what gets you to this point in the bracket and lets you consistently take down your opponents. So I love that because going into the Sagat playing heavily zoning the entire Oro set prior, zoning in the first game here, and then switching it up on a dime, going for jump-ins. Like, it takes a lot of awareness and mindfulness to do that, so love that from Kamal so far. It's going to take Resinebe a lot of adjustments to slow it down because strategy 1 didn't work. The immediate adjustment has fallen a little bit short, and you got one more opportunity to make it happen. You got to win 3 in a row in order to stay alive here and fight Shady Imposter. And
I do think that he could.
It's possible. It is.
I mean, it's possible. It's going to be tough. Yeah, I think that Kamal is probably likely to take it, but I do think that Resinebe has some stuff to build on here.
Yes.
The fact that he did make the changes immediately was a great
It's
sign.
huge,
Now,
yeah.
I mean, he got for doing so because his opponent had already made the counter adaptation, but the sign is there that he's capable of making the switch, and that's really important to see. His own offense did work out sometimes. In fact, maybe he went in a little bit too hard once or twice. He put himself into the corner, for example, trying for a cross-up. So just, some things to iron out here, and he could be in a strong position. He's going to Akuma again. I haven't seen a V-skill, so I'm not sure if it was V-skill 2 before. I actually didn't even think to
I think
look,
it was. I think
it's
it
back
was
to V-trigger 1, of course.
I think it was V-skill 1.
Okay.
But yeah, now we're on V-skill 2.
Yeah, using the opponent's fireballs to push you backwards so that you can jump safely is a classic strat. He may actually just be not doing anything though. Yeah, okay. It wasn't the strat. All right, well, we'll figure out what's going on.
I was like, wow, the will to hold down back.
Exactly.
I was getting super impressed for a second. I was like, wow, that is, because when your opponent just starts whiffing and you're like, I'm not doing anything. Like, you feel really dumb at a moment. Like when you're like, I just sat there, threw 4 fireballs over their head, did a raw DP. Oh, okay, we're good. But no, like I've had that happen in a set where I asked my buddy, I was like, did your controller disconnect? And they're like, no, I just wanted to make you look stupid. Yeah. And I'm like, oh. Got it. And then I move forward and they whiff punish me. I'm like, what do you mean?
I've certainly been there. Yeah.
Make go in second. Make it good. That's like a lot of people are like, I always got to go first. I always got to go first. It's like when you can react to someone consistently and make them feel like none of their options work, that's better than going first.
That's true. That's true. If you can put yourself in that position and be ready for it. Yeah, again, we've got to see how Resinebe responds. If it is a more patient style again, that could be helpful, but we saw what the potential downsides are. So I'd love to see a middle ground between those two. You got to jump forward sometimes. Yeah. You have to have air fireball coming in. You have to have the shield sometimes. You have to have things like the dive kick at farther range. He changes the Shinakuma.
There it is.
Okay. Now, that could be useful to deal some more damage and to move a little bit faster. But
true.
Don't get hit.
Exactly.
Don't get hit. Poor Shinakuma cannot take... even in CVS 2, that character literally gets killed in one combo by many characters. So tough one to go into, for sure.
I think something I would like to see too from Resident Evil, like you said, you have to be able to utilize the jump-ins. Yeah, I am also hey, what's up, St. Cola? I'm also trying to see some Scott this fine morning. I want to see more EX Fireball, like neutral jump from the side of Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Stop your momentum, catch out the DP. It also helps with the jump arc. So you have to utilize all these different parts of your jump arc, and it looks like we switched back to B skill 1.
That's
so
probably
it
just a
wasn't
screw
arrow
up
there.
Yeah.
So I like that. The quick
did the
adjustment
neutral
back.
jump that you identified. All right.
And I love that. Como immediately is like, we're back to the fireball game.
But I do like what we're seeing out of Resident Evil here. He is playing patiently. The jump in there makes sense. Try it out. When you're playing so patiently, the opponent oftentimes isn't looking anti-air. Okay, so Kalmal taking his turn safely after the forward fierce. And sometimes, by the way, you just got to do a regular jump in. Like, if that had been a regular jump in,
he would have
right
got the punish.
I believe so.
Trying to keep it a little bit too safe, and at that point you have to utilize all your options. To a little rough, but Kalmal just walking it down now. The screen real estate is such a valuable factor here, and Resident Evil didn't know the spacing here.
Look,
there it is, it came out!
I'm happy to see this from Resident Evil. I really like what we're seeing from him.
The earpiece is there.
Yep,
all right, Resident Evil.
He got the message.
Oh, good. I love
Throwing
it.
in red fireballs too. Oh, maybe a little bit too much, but not too much out of it by Kalmal.
Again,
Resident patience.
the willing.
He's working on building V-trigger by doing nothing at all. He's got the trigger ready to go.
The power of nothing is
And
way too
ready
much.
here.
Yeah.
And chasing.
Huge counter hit
And
right
Oki, there's V-shift to think about, but no EXDP. Wake up button from Kalmal
No fear.
with this slow fella.
Oh my goodness, and just like that, Kalmal now on set point. Resident Evil had so many great decisions back to back, but Kalmal with that 2-game lead had no reservations about mashing, did not for the DP. Resident Evil was waiting patiently, probably waiting to blow up the DP, got hit by the jab.
It's a really good round by Resident Evil and one to build on, but just not that much time left to build.
Oh,
Here's
there
the
it
jump
is.
in. He is making the changes, folks.
The earpiece. Write that down.
Yeah.
Resident Evil.
From Burbank to Czechia.
I love No, Resident Evil has been making some great decisions here, and I love that the adjustments are there because this is all stuff that's already in the playbook. What just happened?
Always ready for the anti-air, seemingly.
First time trying to go for the forward medium punch, but it just did not connect. There it is, the EX Fireball again, just the stalled time, and the trade does pay off for Kalmal there.
Man, Scott looks cool. Look at that cool
I
dude.
love him. All right.
Resinebe got it.
And I love that. Backs off, and again, EX Fireball comes through. Normal jump in would have worked, but
It would've.
now Como's the one second-guessing themselves on these anti-airs. Woo! Tried. Activation station.
Still plus frames, yes! Taking his turn, here's Resinebe. Wake up buttons all of a sudden. Kalmal can end it if he gets the right hit. So can Resinebe, of course.
Fireball comes through and the Tiger Knee connects at the very end. The Magic Pixel wasn't magic at all. And Kalmal with the 3-0 victory. But Resinebe turned it on in that last game.
Yeah.
Every single thing I touched on Akuma-wise, like the Akuma player in me, was like, this is how you change your jump arc. This is what you're going to be looking for. And everything started clicking. It was just a little too late.
Yes.
And, you know, there were some moments where the damage thresholds were so close to killing. On that back fierce, you can follow up with your demon flip to get a little bit more damage. And in that set where, in that last game, or the second to last round, if you would have followed up with the demon flip after the back fierce, it would have been enough damage to kill and would have gotten a round on the board, which would have been fantastic. It would have helped with momentum. It would have put Kalmal in a position where it's like, oh, Resinebe can actually do this. So a little bit more optimization and a little bit quicker to adapt utilizing all those jump-in options would have been great. But still, loved what I've seen from Resinebe, especially for how long they've been playing Street Fighter, against how, like, convincing Kalmal looked not only on the Ed, but now on the Sagat. So I loved watching Resinebe. Thank you for representing East Europe, because it was a treat to watch you, and I always love seeing Akumas thrive. So very good job to you, and I was excited, and I hope the chat was excited to watch you play as well. So good, kudos.
There's a lot to build on there.
Yeah.
But that's going to have to come in the future. For today, 3 players remain. Merkin, of course, hanging out in Grand Finals on winner's side. He's not going to be playing yet. Losers Finals, though, will be Shady Imposter versus Kalmal. And, you know, I feel like these are the 3 ones who have looked the strongest throughout this weekend. So I'm happy to see them in this position. Moving forward, of course, they'll be playing soon.
Man, oh man. And soon.
Yeah, that's
wait,
right,
wait,
soon.
Soon. We're going to be playing Street Fighter Duel soon. We're going to be playing Street Fighter Duel soon. That's right. Because the Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel, it may be available now in China, but globally, it's coming soon. Epic Legend is reborn on mobile. Make sure you download Street Fighter Duel. Now, let's fight each other and join the journey with millions of players and become the best fighter. Because if you are in China and you don't have this game downloaded, we need to have a conversation.
Come on.
Because it is coming soon to me, and you have it now.
Get it together.
And that is too soon for you to have it, and not soon enough for me to have it.
Sooner than soon? The present? Unbelievable. Make sure that you have it if you're out there, but the rest of us will have to wait until soon. As far as for the World Warrior, something we've been talking about quite a bit here on the CPT streams. Now, there are 2 ways, well, maybe 3, I should say, but 2 ways to talk about here to qualify for Capcom Cup. One is just to win outright on the old CPT, and one is to take the World Warrior event in your region. There are 26 different regions. We're looking at Eastern Europe today, but as you can see, there's lots of them going on. Quite a few partners who are listed there on the right side who are running these events. Hats off to everybody who's been involved. As far as if you can still get involved, some of them still have some of their tournaments left. Some of them are not quite into the finals yet. So head on over to CapcomProTour.com for more information on how to register. They have been happening monthly over the last several months. Been a very cool program. Again, visit CapcomProTour.com for details.
Yeah, even more details to come for the World Warrior. And there's more goodies as well, because if you've been participating in the CPT or watching all of these, there are some tracksuits and even costumes available too, because as you can see here, 45 colors for all the characters that have won a CPT so far. And Ultra David did me such a wonderful favor and pulled up each and every champion. So I'm going to list off each and every character you've got a costume for so far. You've got Luke, Falk, Dulce. I got a chuckle out of him. That's what I wanted. Dulcim, Jury, Cody, Bison, Mena RD, shout out to you, all the birdie players out there. Colleen, Boxer, Seth, Karen, Nash, and then you also have Akuma, Ken, and another Luke. So even more to see here. We might get an Ed on the way pretty soon too, depending on how the rest of these matches go. Maybe Alex.
It could be Ed, it could be
Ed,
Alex, it could be Cody, or it could be G. And in any case, no, there is a Cody already, but all those other options would be new ones, which would be cool.
Would be amazing, and these costume colors are always so cool to have. So make sure that if you have those characters and you've been playing them, get those costumes on lock, and you're going to need to lock yourself and get loaded for the next matches that we have, because there are only 2 more potential sets, 3 potential sets left to go. Losers finals, grand finals, and a potential Shin grand finals. So don't go anywhere. Get yourself one last Red Bull this wonderful morning in the PST. Wherever you are, you can translate the time, because we're going to have to take some time away before we get into these last hype matches. So we will see you soon.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
3 players remain here on the CPT Europe East. We've battled our way through. We've had a lot of 3-0s and some, well, 1 3-1.
Just one.
And that 3-1 took place between Shady Imposter and Kalmal 09.
Wow.
At the beginning of this top 8. Guess what we have coming up now here in Losers Finals? It will be Shady Imposter versus Kalmal 09. How dare you blow me up? Unbelievable.
He literally, David is like having, how can he be in 2 places at once?
It's unbelievable. The power that I have here.
You're Ultra David? And you just talk to yourself? Is that talking in the third person?
All the time.
Is that what just happened?
That's what I do. That's how it's been working for me for a long time. I'm glad everybody else is finally on board.
Shout outs to whoever said I was
Shout outs to whoever said that. That cracked me up. All right, again, we are in the top 3, Shady Imposter and Kalmal 09. As you can see, it is a run back from before, where Shady Imposter looked really strong and Kalmal took a game and certainly had some strength. It looked like maybe there was an opportunity to take a couple more. Since then, we've seen Kalmal with a 3-0 and then another 3-0, and he's been doing it with this Sagat fellow.
Yeah.
And although I'm not sure that it's the right character matchup, I think I wouldn't be too surprised to see him stick with Sagat because he's been killing it with that character.
Yeah, I feel like all the defensive and offensive decision-making from the side of Kalmal on the Sagat have just been so very strong. I'm much more convinced by his Sagat than I am of his Ed right now, and that's just maybe from the comfort I'm seeing. Maybe it's just the matchups, but I want to see it. I want to see how Kalmal can deal with Shady Imposter. However, Alex does have a lot of great ways to circumvent fireballs. We saw
he does
earlier.
Definitely.
We saw Shady Imposter's earlier efforts to deal with the V skill avoidance with the EX dive kicks on this side of Alex, so a lot of that can happen as well with the tiger shots.
He's got EX Stompy Stomp, he's got EX Elbow Slashimus, you know, the
Slashimus Elbowus.
Exactly, yeah, so he's got good tools. He's got the jump into down fierce, which can get you over stuff with a different angle as well. Jump roundhouse or empty jump at a certain range is even a mix-up because you can't really anti-air at a space where jump roundhouse can connect.
True.
If he does it at max range. So he does have a bunch of tools on the way in. So again, I'm not sure that's the right character matchup.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, I wouldn't be surprised to see it just because, you know, the Sagat's been looking really strong.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, if you have this momentum already, I can understand a switch if you want to play and you prepare the edge for the matchup. But either way, I think I would go with Sagat. That is what I am expecting for this match, especially going into it with how successful it's been before. And we're going to see it right now, and it is Ed.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, in terms of characters, I think it's the right call.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can make the changes that he needs to make here.
And I mean, I like that too. Having a secondary at this point in the game is very important, especially to deal with matchups that you have prepared for. So having the Ed here, trust on the side of Kalmal, young player as well. So let's see how that pays off.
Let's go. Yeah, no, this is, I think, a really important part of playing this matchup is just taking up a ton of space, and he's doing great at it so far. If you don't let Shady Imposter... Look, Shady Imposter likes to press roundhouse in neutral, and it's a good button, but it's also pretty slow, and it's, you know, there's a lot of ranges there where Kalmal can take advantage of other stuff. Anyway, here's the offense from Shady Imposter.
Uh-oh, it's time to party. Get the Twitter clip ready.
Hey! Oh, that is bizarre. He pressed it too early yet again. We did see him then punish before, but this time he got EX upward, and Kalmal takes the round. So he did look really strong.
The way, like, everything was lining up, the stars were aligning there for Shady Imposter for a second, and Kalmal definitely got away with some shenanigans at the end there.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. I mean, you establish that lead, you can make that mistake. Oh my goodness, big crush. Huge damage. Now you gotta deal with Oki. Yes, love that. I mean, that was a scary throw check, though. You explode otherwise.
That roundhouse has really been the button. Looking for the hit confirm this time, rather than just bringing out activation point. Yeah, and again, we're doing a really good job at, although it hit, it was anti-air. It would not have been a great spot to activate. Ooh,
nice
a B-shift. Yeah. Interesting.
Force that out a little bit scared.
Yeah, it's minus. It's not like it is plus on block.
Oh, but no follow-up afterwards. Let's see. Yep, it's press. Okay.
So this is really all about Kalmal staying away and forcing Shady Imposter to chase. He's chasing, and he'll have chased all the way in for the round.
Yep, spending. Maybe he could have killed with EX there, but keeping it safe. Wanted to make sure that you know, spend everything to make sure that the round goes your way instead of leaving anything on the table. There was a full V trigger too, so Calmal stayed alive. It was not looking great, but now, yeah, set point, not set point, game point both sides.
I'm happy to see more buttons come out of Shady Imposter than just the roundhouse. We saw the Fierce there, we saw the Crouching Strong.
And that's where we saw them be successful earlier as well, when they started intermixing the standing medium kicks as well as the low forwards. I got hit.
It worked out. Yeah. For Calmal. Hard hit, ready to go once more. Calmal was... Oh, this could be punished well. Okay, grab his mine. Ooh, great patience by Calmal. He could have had a huge punish.
No, you don't need to do anything. Yeah, just the patience would have paid off there. But now Shady Imposter, first game on the board. Calmal. The conversation before, if you weren't here earlier, chat, we were talking about Psycho Upper or Power Bomb.
Yeah.
And Power Bomb is definitely still coming out on top because the Psycho Upper is getting ripped off a little bit too early. Didn't even need to do anything there. But the fear, when you instill your fear and instill your will into someone, that's what we saw right there.
Yeah.
Calmal was terrified.
I think that's right. Worst case is to get hit by that raw. Better to just get guard broken by it. There's so much less damage that follows it.
Yeah. That was EX die. That was what
It
happened.
was.
You spend one bar to lose the game.
Yeah. Spends a bar here to get corner carry. Oh, see ya.
That's the frequent flyer miles coming into play right there.
Yes, to be active and shut down that roundhouse preemptively is great as well.
Ooh, and yes, what a wonderful neutral jump. Calmal looking alive this time, but that's how the first round looked last time too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Shady Imposter takes a little bit of warm up. It's about how you pick yourself up. It's not about how you get hit.
Again, trying to outrange the roundhouse, the elbow. There's Calmal.
Oh, and I like that too, the delay right there on the EX Psycho. So in the corner, but the challenge out, not afraid to press. Shady Imposter chasing now. Calmal, no V gauge, no meter to work with, so if you get locked down here, it's gonna look rough.
Some of these close roundhouses, I think he could punish. Just not quite there each time. Yeah, not that one for sure. There are some ranges here that Shady Imposter's picked that are great.
Ooh. Oh, yeah!
Maybe a little too much on that well, the roundhouse. Starting to run dry.
Oh, man. But yeah, put himself in the corner, Calmal. You know, not the best situation here, but escaping once again, not afraid to spin. No more bar, though. And it does not matter. 1-1 on the board, Calmal. Looking alive. Not going to have another 3-0 in the bracket just yet. Another potential 3-1, though, and that's how this set went down before. Imagine it just gets flipped and turned upside down.
Sure. It continues to be really important to see how they both contend around the EX upper.
Yeah.
It's been huge, both in the last set and in this set, too. Came into play even towards the end. In a lot of these Oki situations, and even neutral situations sometimes, even when there's not an EX upper, the threat of it is a huge part of this. So here's Shady Imposter, whose post-regular command grab
went for dash.
Has almost always been dash, yeah, rather than things like roundhouse or slash elbow, as Alex's tend to do. He's been much more offensive.
My God, so much damage. Stun on deck, too. Not to be able to kill here. But now you got to guess for your life.
Yeah, one grab away. And again, even there, it is influenced by the threat of EX upper, where he waited super long. And brought out the command grab ultimately, but he put himself in safety there and would have blocked just in case there was one. Part of almost the utility of the EX upper is that it is slow, and so some of the timings that you would use to pressure while blocking aren't as effective.
So I love that patience from Shady Imposter. Again, going back to the well of the standing roundhouse. Hasn't connected just yet, but the command grabs are flowing that well. Working.
Hey.
Oh, never mind. We found water. We found oil.
One hit away from taking this round already. Okay.
Oh. After the whiff throw, too. Had the opportunity to punish, but was just a little bit too slow. Oh, my goodness.
Specific read there, looking for grab.
Oh, almost. This is so scary. And the Brad caught on the ground. Didn't go for an anti-air. Didn't go for a trade. Shady Imposter caught the ankles. 2-1 lead. That air-to-air almost went into Kalmal's favor, which would have been the round. It would have been the round.
Yeah.
But them legs, it may not be a standing roundhouse.
No.
But there's
another roundhouse to press.
This is pretty good. This is a pretty good button.
Definitely, yeah.
Man. Wow. 2-1 lead. Not the same way we saw it happen before, I'll say that much.
Yeah, previously we saw Shady Imposter jump out to a 2-0 lead. And then it was the one that Kalmal won. A little different. All right.
Uh-oh. There's the chop. You were talking about it before.
Yes.
Usually was going for the dash, but now going back to typical Alex tactics. Oh.
Oh, no.
Can't drop those. Not at this point, Kalmal.
He's trying to be, again, outside of that roundhouse range. But the fact that he's so patient means that Shady Imposter is able to walk forward quite a bit, and so we're traversed about half the stage. Ah, here we go.
Has the pressure going in the corner now. Shady Imposter is the one who's got to push forward. Kalmal resetting that neutral, and I love that decision. You have no need to go in. Yeah, backing off consistently. Yes. There it is. So good. Make Alex walk forward. He's got a slower walk speed than you. Your flicker can excellently punch. I love that from Kalmal.
Yeah, I hope to see him be a little bit more active in those situations. Again, he's hoping to be outside of roundhouse, but that has allowed him to get backed up. Sure, EX again, but he's still towards the right half. Very nice call. Way out of the corner now. Much safer situation. Shady Imposter's hunting.
Uh-oh. Triple dash gets the corner position now, too, and that's the most important part. Chases down, but comes! No. Oh, my goodness. Was looking for the throw, and the read was incorrect this time, but the parry, and it doesn't matter.
You could do it! You could do it! It's possible! We didn't see it.
Back jab. He's so careful here. Did not offer the DP. And just creating that space again. Just being so active in movement.
Kalmal looking very comfortable at the moment. Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about these young Ed players, but they seamlessly seem to turn it on when the pressure's on.
He's looking really good here. His range that he's picked, again, it has resulted in him being in the corner, but it's also resulted in him being outside of roundhouse a lot.
Yep.
And that fact has made Alex move forward quite a bit in a way that also lets Ed press other buttons, walk in for flicker, or for crouching strong, or for whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Neutral jumping over roundhouses and expectations been great. He's backdashed well out of situations. His EX upper game has actually been connecting quite a bit over the last game or so. So defensively, he's looking really good.
Yeah, and this is our first game to go the distance today and yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
So this is very exciting to see, especially with how the first set went, where it was a 2-0 lead for the side of Shady Imposter now, and Kalmal, had the time to go through the losers bracket, figure it out, and now at a point, it's like, yeah, I feel really good about playing Lehman Sagat. What if I applied that to Ed and started running away when I got a lead? Like, oh, it's kind of working. That's wild. Wow. Love it. It's working. Because that's not what you expect from an Ed. He's walking away from me menacingly.
Yeah. He is the kind of character that just has a bunch of tools, and whether he's playing offense or mid-range or staying away, like he's just got a lot going on.
He's got so much.
That kind of guy. As far as for Shady Imposter, I continue to like his offense in some ways. He's made great reads, right? You talked about how he's expecting the opponent to land, and then he does command grab. Stuff like that, like classic stuff, has been effective. But I feel that he has been going a little bit too much to that roundhouse. And if there's certainly more that Alex has.
Yes.
Right? Is he the footsie's god of the game? No, but he does definitely have more tools than that. I'd love to see more crouching strongs and medium kicks.
Yep.
And I'd love to see him just walking forward, taking the opportunity. If the opponent thinks he's got to look for roundhouse, that means you can walk forward.
Yeah, you have that position where you can utilize that part of the screen, because if they're looking so hard to punish this one thing, cool. Options are open.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've seen her jump in either. Like, I'd love to see a little bit more.
I think it's been like 1 or 2.
Yeah, I'd love to see him open up that side of things as well. So a lot of different ways to go here, I think, for both of these players, because we have seen them give such different looks here and there, and certainly have different options available to them in terms of how they could go in this final game. Kalmal's stuck with Ed. He's not going to be switching here. He's the one who just took the W. So we know it's going to be Alex versus Ed. And we're going to see, yeah, same V-Skill 1, Trigger 1. No changes there. Just taking some time to think about how to approach.
And I mean, at this point, that's what you got to do. You already beat them once, so trying once again to get the job done. Final game between Shady Imposter and Kalmal to see who gets the opportunity to fight against Mirkin in the grand finals. Again, these players are in the money as well, so even more money on the line here too. That's more pressure to think about.
We did just see a couple of jump-ins. I'm really happy to see that. It's not something you can go to all the time, of course, but got to give as many different looks as you can. Yes, Kalmal's ready. Can't do it too often.
And that's the thing, Kalmal ready with the anti-airs. You have to be so cognizant of that too now, because yes, we want to jump in, but you gotta layer it in once again, because that little break is kind of like a mental reset for both players too.
This is a nice spot here for Shady.
Oh, yeah.
That's too close.
Yep.
And Kalmal does take advantage.
Ooh, so fast too on the edge. Just gets all the way in, and again trying to use the roundhouse. There we go. Finally a different button. Big crush. Huge damage now in the corner.
Next hit could kill.
Yep, you gotta guess. Oh my god. Just jump back.
Oh! Kalmal just didn't expect it. And he's out of there. He's away. He's got triggered too.
And just walks away once again. And the EX Psycho into the extension. One more touch will do it and checks. Quick little tick throw. The low does it. And now set point for Kalmal. Shady Imposter, the one on the ropes this time.
Ooh, much more interested in fighting here is Kalmal, rather than just walking backwards.
And now Shady Imposter using the chop a little bit more neutral as well, instead of just the roundhouse. There it is, at the right spacing this time. So Kalmal waiting, and there it is. Again, the medium kick. We're seeing the changes. So Kalmal adjusting as well.
Ooh, boy. It's going to be Oki here. Dash into pressure. Kalmal techs well, and he fights well from the corner. That is something we've been seeing. No EX there, unfortunately for him. The knockdown not available.
Just runs away once again.
Oh!
And the big punish. Not dead just yet. One more will do it. Look at the gray health. Just falling apart, evaporating. Shady Imposter has to find a way in. Oh, and the flicker is what seals Shady Imposter's fate. Kalmal putting Shady Imposter where they belong on the World Warrior standing points for a reason. Third and second moves on to second place. If we would have said this is how we expected it to shape up, well, then you would have called us copping out because the World Warrior gave us the results already. But with that performance, I think Kalmal's the right guy for the job to potentially take down Mirkin. And it's going to be one hell of a fight. And that's what we saw right here as well. Shady Imposter definitely had the momentum going on early, but Kalmal fought the entire time getting that first round. Shady Imposter, you know, the only person that pushed him to the limit other than Mirkin was Kalmal, and Kalmal got it done in the end. It doesn't matter if you win the first set and winners, it's about the set and losers that you're able to win. So good stuff. Kalmal right there, but very back and forth, and it just felt like everything clicked at the end for Kalmal. Got really patient because the many times that he was getting blown up was because of the impatience, was because of the fear, and misutilizing the EX Psycho uppers. And when we saw that restraint come in, everything started working. All cylinders were firing.
Yeah, his neutral game, I think, looked a lot better as things went on. You saw earlier he had that panic moment where he tried to jump out of that charged hammer from Alex.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right. As it went on, he did seem a little bit more comfortable defensively, but I think for the most part, it was about him not being in those situations quite as often.
Yep.
He did a better job at staying outside of the roundhouse range. Did a better job, yes. Quite
Just
a panic
running,
moment for
yeah.
sure. Yeah, I mean, I get it. You know, you're going to get caught sometimes.
Help. Help.
Yeah, right. Right. But yeah, for the most part, did a really good job around the roundhouse, did a really good job around keeping Alex out. And then by the end, felt more confident, it seemed, in pressure and in neutral. So like that's an example of it. He did go in. Here, you know, he ends up pressing a button. Here, he ends up moving forward there. I think previously he might have just kept on backing off in a way that put him into the corner. But there he looked a little bit more confident and moved in and got the kill. So shout outs to Kalmal for doing what he couldn't do in winner's side, that is beating Shady Imposter. Hey, hats off to Shady Imposter. Third place there. Had a great day, great performance, just not quite enough. So now we know it will be Mirkin versus Kalmal. And when they have played in the past, it's been Mirkin who has lost.
Ooh, that is...
That's right. When they played in Europe East number 5 for the World Warrior, they played in Grand Finals. And Kalmal took it 3 games to 1, 3 games to 2.
Wow. And that is the exact position that we're seeing Kalmal in right now.
He had to play from loser's side there.
And
he's got to play from loser's side here.
Literally did the homework.
He's done it.
This is senior year of high school right
He's
here.
done it before.
Did the homework. This is the practical test. Can you make it happen when it matters most, under pressure? Because what we saw versus Shady Imposter was the rope-a-dope right there. Oh, I'm backing off. I'm backing off. Now I'm moving forward. I get the punish. You weren't ready for that. Is it going to be a situation where we can see Kalmal overcome and be a part of those 8 days of Capcom Cup?
What a miracle.
So many days. So many days.
You thought it was going to last one, but it was 8 days long.
8 days a week.
It's going to be cool. That is not, of course, immediately. That will be next year, in fact. Well, we got some more stuff in qualifying for the Capcom Cup in the first place, of course. December 3rd and 4th will be North America East. It's the last of the CPT qualifying events until, as you can see, the LCQ. And it's going to be an awesome one. You guys all know how many strong players are in North America East. There are several regions that I think could have a reasonable contention for strongest region in the world.
Yeah.
But this is one of them. This is the one of them that is certainly in contention for strongest region in the world. Please check it out. If you aren't able to enter, just give it a watch. But if you are able to enter, as you can see, the registration period is still available. So get in there if you can. And then next year, February 12th through 13th, will be the actual last chance qualifier, followed shortly by Capcom Cup number 9.
Man, oh man, what a great time to be a Street Fighter fan and a Capcom fan as we get into these final events of this year and the best way to kick off next year with the LCQ and Capcom Cup. So make sure that you are staying tuned. And, you know, we've got even more to watch today because the sets aren't over. Our final set coming up now, Mirkin versus Kalmal. Can Kalmal repeat the World Warrior run that we saw before, or is Mirkin going to go through the entire way? I don't think they've dropped a game yet.
No, Mirkin's been 100%.
The perfect run is a potentiality, but we're going to see. Is the mayor going to come out on top, or is the Street Punk blonde on blonde violence?
I love seeing that. When the Ed is willing to take that kind of a turn, -2 into, I believe, 6 framer of the flicker. So you're stealing a little bit of a frame there, but that's nice to see. That means you can make it happen. They both have like almost the same way to get through fireballs. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's that's why I said blonde on blonde violence. They got the same tools, different appearance. You know, I had this conversation with one of my peers because they played Cody in 4, and they said Ed feels the most like Cody in 5.
Interesting.
And I was like, that's interesting. And I've had somebody else tell me that as well. So this is Cody on Cody violence. But right now, Kalmal.
Wow. Okay,
that was interesting.
That is, you know your opponent really well.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Just built the EX.
He's out of there. Got to be so careful here against the knife. Oh, no with punish. It was close.
Yeah, that could have been dangerous. EX, it's plus frames. He waited just in case of EX up, or he knows who he's playing against.
Oh, what a throw tech. EX Bingo again, but escapes the corner and now playing that time once again. But Kalmal is the one at the deficit here, and as I say that, ooh, the follow-up comes through, and Kalmal gets the first round of the grand finals. Good stuff.
Can you believe it? All he's got to do is press forward plus medium punch, and then the follow-up, and a fireball comes out?
That's wild. And they said simple inputs were coming. Nice anti-air right there, and that's what we saw too in Kalmal against Shady Imposter. The anti-airs were consistently on deck when Shady decided to go to the sky, so Mirkin already getting tested.
Kalmal's looking good. It is much the same style that we saw versus the Alex, where he's backed off a lot. Spends a lot of time outside of his opponent's comfortable ranges. Threatening with the charged fierce in the corner. And Mirkin, to his credit, is not overextending as he tries to get in here. He'd love to get the corner. Yeah, and he's going to get it now.
Yeah, just playing this so slow from both sides. Just not willing to take too many risks. It feels like I'm watching a different Kalmal right now.
Oh, finally brings it out. Yeah, that was clearly what Mirkin was thinking about. He put in a bunch of spots there where he could block just in case. Finally, when he didn't expect it, Kalmal did bring it.
Got to be so careful against the knives here as your health slowly gets chipped away. You're out of screen space, but no, what a jump in. Got right over the knife.
Super on next hit. Yeah, he's looking for the confirm.
There it is.
No, he could have had it, and instead EX means his opponent lives.
And now just running away, 10 seconds. Mirken's the one who's got to make a decision here, and all Kalma has to do is run away.
Yeah, I think this is already...
Timer scan.
That's it, yep. No need to quick rise. He did a quick rise, though, into his little 3. Oh, my goodness. Kalma, the guts on this fella in taking game number 1. Unbelievable.
Just unnecessary roughness. You already won.
Yeah,
and you're like... I want to win my way. I don't want to see the T up there. I want to see it W.
What if I extra 1?
What if I win for real? Kalma 1-0 on the board in this grand finals. Trying to go for a reset. First person to make Mirken bleed the entire tournament.
That's right.
Yeah.
Not quite there on the whiff punish. Again, you can see where Kalma tends to play. It's a little bit outside of where his opponents play, but also a little bit outside of like where he can easily get whiff punishes. So I think Mirken, the idea there was to try to chase as Kalma's moving backwards. Okay, other side. Again, waiting. Button, then wait, just in case of EX upper. But that has meant that Kalma's been able to get out of situations. Again, his threat of EX upper that everybody knows is allowing him to escape situations.
Yeah, and I think that's something like it is important to pay that respect to the side of Ed, but you have to earn it. Like you have to get Kalma to EX upper a couple times before you just give up every situation, because right now Kalma is running away with it, but finally finding an EX on. Back to this neutral space. Has pulled V-trigger on the side of Kalma too, so there it is. Raw activate. Ooh. Extra range from the knife, but it doesn't matter. The reload on the knife gets punished through a little bit too much, and Kalma about to be on a 2-0 lead.
Interesting, yeah. Wow. There have been two situations just like that.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Uh-oh, yeah, big opportunity.
Man, his corner escapes have been great. Now, to some degree, that is Mirken allowing him to do things like the charge spheres, allowing him to do things like view reversal out of the corner. There's certainly ways to beat those options.
Yeah, let him do it again and try to jump out right there. Very interesting. Mirken letting Kalma run rampant. Even though there's a light lead right here, like the fact that Kalma has been able to escape the corner not once but twice and establish that position for themselves is huge. Not even getting the best anti-air either. And now Mirken's the one at a deficit.
Oh yeah, it's Kalma. If he finds a hit, it's going to be a ton. Actually, might be stunned.
Yeah, you definitely get stunned here and die after this, because now look at the chip.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Even more. Oh my God!
Woo! Kalma's pressure, and that was with V-Rev there. That was with potential V-shift there. So there were outs for Mirken's Cody, and he didn't bring them out. Hoping to hang on to that knife, it seemed.
Man, that was...
And look, Kalma is looking very strong at the moment.
That was violent.
I wouldn't... Oh, well, okay, just as I was about to say, I wouldn't be surprised to...
see the G?
Maybe not even G, but just some time. I don't know that it's the character matchup necessarily. Yeah,
I don't think...
maybe G. Maybe G's the solution. But that doesn't necessarily seem like what the problem is. I could see the same kinds of things happening
to G.
with G, yeah.
I mean, you can't really... It's that fear of the EX cycle upper where Kalma is just continuing to take their turn over and over and over again and escape these situations where, you know, sometimes you just got to take the uppercut.
Sometimes, yeah, that's true. You have to, you know, make the opponent actually commit. Again, they have played each other before. It's like not like the first time that they're setting the stage or whatever against each other. Maybe it's not G either. Maybe it's just V-trigger 2, Cody, so that you have like more mix-ups. You can actually take advantage of minus situations like after charge spheres with something like a command grab mix-up rather than just like a regular grab or like a button.
True.
You know, could be what he's going for here as well.
But yeah, 2-0 lead for Kalma. And I mean, with the last World Warrior result that we saw, Kalma is definitely the one who is most ready for this job right now. And we're getting right back into it. And it's not a change, but we are on V-Skill 2, and we went to V-Trigger 1, it looks like.
Same one.
Oh, yeah, wait, yeah, you're right. Sidearm. Forgot. It's been a while.
Yeah, it used to be that V-Trigger 2 was the only V-Trigger that you would ever see a Cody use a couple years ago. So I just got used to thinking of that as like the V-Trigger in the same way that I think of Tengu Stone as like
yeah. That's where my head was at.
Yeah,
I was
for
like,
sure, yeah.
I was like, wait a minute. No, he didn't switch. Got my numbers all changed up.
So instead of any character or skill change, it's going to be up to strategic change, and we do definitely see a more active style right now by Merkin. Look at this. I mean, he's at a closer spot. He's walking up more. We're seeing more of a jump game. So some differences that he's trying to make work.
Ooh, lack of the whip punish. I mean, that is a little bit hard to punish there. Not a lot of time. All right, take your turn. Every trade. Wow. The range on that was insane. Great check from Mirkin. And like you said, feeling a lot more comfortable. That was, again, a situation walking up and giving too much respect. Just letting the wake-up throw come out.
Lovely jump back.
Oh, no! That's tragic. Huge damage because still in the V-Trigger has critical art to follow up on this next hit here, but no back throw. Yep.
Classic little setup. It's big plus strengths here. Merkin backs off. Maybe worried about super.
Oh
no! The one downside of this trigger, or one of the downsides, whatever.
Increase hit box, hurt box.
Well, you don't get that Stand Fierce anti-air anymore.
True.
Your Stand Fierce becomes another really good button, but it's not that button, which is a great anti-air.
Got to trade your tools in for different tools.
Yeah, I think we did see the start of the Crouching Fierce, which is what you go to instead, but it just wasn't quite there in time. He brought it out there after having threatened it with it all this time.
Well, that's got to be feeling good for Mirkin, though.
Yeah.
Now you finally irked it out of him. But Kalmo, one round away from Grand Finals reset. Oh, big crush counter, and now still in the corner. Gonna spend as much as possible to get damage here. Neutral jump. Landed on heavy, still plus.
Okay.
Next hit stuns. Now you gotta guess, it's so hard.
Mirkin's in huge trouble. Okay, he pressed exactly the right buttons that he needed at the right times. It's time for offense.
But again, look at the V-Trigger. We saw the pressure that Kalmo was able to apply before with one sequence. How much chip? It might just happen again. You gotta be so careful here on the side of Mirkin.
Yeah. You can see him not being busy. He's trying to not press buttons just in case there is a jump. Oh no, it's a chance! He's got his own super!
He jumped!
Gotta have jump forward? No, he neutral jumped! Oh no! Oh, buddy!
Cost a lot, but you know what?
Oh,
that's a nice price to pay for no bracket reset.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Cody does not have great options on Wake Up. That's really it. Oh no.
Yep, easy punish. 30% chipped away.
Oh no, looking for confirms there. It's possible to do, but he just didn't quite get it.
Locked down still. Stuck in the corner, air to air. No, barely whiffs. Almost dead even here. Mirkin with a slight lead.
Hey.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was a little wild there.
The fact that nothing came out on the jump in, that's rough. But yeah, EX zonk into the full extension with trigger. We've seen raw activation from Kalmo multiple times. Do we potentially see that one more time? There it is.
Yeah, there you go. However, he's in trouble, and Mirkin gets kind of an awkward confirm, but a confirm nevertheless, and he's got a game.
And that was huge there too. Kalmo has been hinging himself on that trigger so much, and we haven't seen any real V reversal or V shift away. And as soon as we saw Mirkin push him into that corner, once the raw V trigger was activated, he didn't have anything else left to escape. He could have gone for the Psycho Upper, but you know, that's a risk and a half. You whiff that, you die. So a little bit too scared to do so and gets caught swinging. So now 2-1 on the board. Mirkin staying alive. Again, we haven't reset just yet, so can potentially close this out in the first set.
I think if you're Kalmo, you can still feel confident. One of the rounds that he lost there was on Wake Up Super, and he could have, he had the idea of how to counter it. He just didn't actually get the right way to do so.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a good thing to keep in mind as you're coming in here. What you hope is the final game of the set.
Nice. And again, changing it up excellently so far, really mixing in that low forward so well, and Flicker has just, it feels like it has a 100% hit rate.
Oh, having been tired of Flicker, it was jump.
Oh my god, you challenged it after that activation?
Okay, he can get there with that.
And just starts running away. Gonna play the time, and there it is. Caught him walking forward, trying to utilize the strong normals from the knife. Set point once again for Kalmal.
These active moments that he has in neutral, Kalmal has in neutral, have been really great.
Yeah.
More buttonsy there. Way more heavy on flicker play. Yeah, exactly. And it's annoying to deal with, no doubt. Flicker is very strong.
Yeah, and again, anti-air trade pays off excellently for Kalmal there. Mirkin trying to utilize those plus frames as well as he can.
Threatened with the charge fierce. Mirkin very slow and patient here.
Wow, and that trade in the air leading to the ground. Still, Kalmal having that wonderful lead. Not being afraid. Easy punish.
Ooh, flicker there even?
It does it again. No fear and not punishing on the song, but it doesn't matter. Flicker comes out afterwards, and that is a bracket reset. Kalmal taking us 3-1 into the next set, into the next dimension. Ed, we might get some costumes yet.
It's very possible here. The way that he's playing is so effective. Again, the game that he lost was in part due to Wake Up Super that he called out and just didn't quite actually have the way to beat it. Yeah, but he clearly called it out. And other than that, I love how active he is.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job at playing to one of Ed's major strengths, which is that he's got that flicker tool, which is that he's got some great buttons in neutral right there, which is that I feel like half of the buttons that he presses are actually plus, which is nice. And he's got the great anti-air. If you're early enough with that anti-air kick, it's really effective.
Oh, yeah.
And so if you take up enough annoying space with things like flicker and other buttons, you can goad your opponent into jumping and get your great anti-air into your big damage, bigger than almost anybody else gets on regular damage or anti-air damage situations.
You don't say.
Into Oki as well. And he is actually making that stuff work out. So it's going to have to be, I think, a significant change here from Mirkin in losing that. Again, I'm not sure that Cody the character is necessarily the issue, because I feel like G could lose in the same ways, but strategically, it's going to have to be a change.
Yeah, G can have some of those same situations too, where he doesn't have that traditional reversal, so it's hard to bust out in a sense. Like without that DP against Ed, it's hard because it's just okay. He's plus, he's plus, he's plus. He left a gap here. How do I try to escape? And like you can get frame trapped into frame trapped. And there was a lot of times where he did try to press, and the flicker would just come in at that right moment because it was like, okay, low forward, he whiffed. Let me go for a whiff punish. 1, 2, 3.
Right.
Every single time knocking on the door. So I need to see Mirkin make some big adjustments here because it's looking like Kalmal's tournament right now.
Yeah, the fact that Ed gets the ability to do Kara into flicker is really nice. That is super effective. When you see him press the button and then you're like, okay, my turn to press the button, but then he like cancels into flicker.
You're like, oh, it wasn't my turn.
For sure.
Man.
Yeah. So look, I mean, it's certainly possible to contend with this if there were instead of there's been a lot of chasing, a lot of sort of slowish chasing by Cody's side. But I certainly think that he's got the buttons to contend. We saw him at one point walk up a little bit closer in, and he did have more effectiveness right there. Cody's got great pressure, and he's got the ability to have a great anti-air game. He's got a great V-trigger. If he feels like he's just not mixing up well enough, he's got another great V-trigger that can play to that strength instead. It's possible for sure.
Yeah.
It's doable.
It is going to be one hill to climb.
It's
We're
G.
going to the G. So this is maximum comfort right here because this is the day one pick for the side of Mirkin.
That's right.
If any character can do it, you got to go to your comfort pick. So final set of the day for East Europe. The winner goes to the Capcom Pro Tour Finals. Losers will have another opportunity in the World Warrior Series to get that spot, or maybe even in the LCQ. Kalmal versus Mirkin. Mirkin first, no points in the World Warrior, so already has a place for them, and Kalmal second, which either way, one of these players will be first in one place, and one will be first in another after this.
Ooh, big preemptive read right there by Mirkin. Very fireball heavy. We did see the jump over it already. And here we go. Yeah. Oh, he again prioritizes leveling up rather than Oki. Okay.
Oh boy! Range is a little bit too far for Kalmal. I like the idea. Just a raw activate and then a sweep activate on the other side, right back.
Oh boy, Mirkin absolutely let Kalmal hang himself in that round. 2 big EX uppers that Mirkin took big advantage of.
Yeah, absolutely love the patience from Mirkin here. And here's the thing. This is the same patience we saw before, but Kalmal wasn't biting. And now, fighting with the EX uppers, maybe a little bit more scared of the command grabs from the side of G.
Could be, yeah. Ah, prioritizing offense this time. Okay, all the way into the corner.
That was scary for a moment.
Mirkin so patient here. Into nothing. Okay.
Yeah, he was like, what are we going to do?
Yeah, you got
dance?
to turn yellow here? What are you going to do?
Let's dance. Woo! And again.
When you're right, you're right. And right now, Mirkin is right. That was 3 Psycho Uppers, and I don't recall another 2-round period where there were that many Psycho Uppers that got in that way. And so it's, you know, unfortunate for Kalmal, but great reads by Mirkin. It's just, I feel like that's a little bit of an unforced error.
Oh, yeah.
By Kalmal.
100%. After being so patient this entire time, it's got to be something about the G that's making Kalmal feel this way. It has to be. Like, I can feel the change on the screen.
For sure.
Wow. That was a great confirm right there. Love that from Kalmal. Patient ground game. Nice.
Wow. Really trying to find exactly the right range on that upper.
Caught the startup. Really changing the time. Incredibly well. Nice. Ooh, a very big miss on the anti-air right there.
Those stand strong. I wonder what it could have been.
Yeah.
Maybe these go. Here we go.
Time to party.
Ooh, boy! That may be stun as well.
I think it is.
Ooh, yikes!
And that is the round. Oh, maybe not enough. Yeah, it's not gonna be enough. You got one more guess.
It's gonna be close, yeah.
Throw? Ooh! Yikes.
I'm thinking back to that previous game when there were the EX uppers that
Too
got
scared.
blocked and got blown up, and
Too
how
scared.
Kalmal is absolutely, I think you're right, a little too scared in that moment. That's been certainly one of the biggest changes here. I also feel like this seems like there's some more, like Mirkin is more comfortable maybe in neutral in the matchup.
Challenging this time too. Double counter hit. I wonder what Kalmal was trying to press.
Punish again!
No.
And in level 3, that's legit even without EX.
Oh.
Command grab! Oh boy, Mirkin is running through this. As strong as Kalmal looked in set number 1, Mirkin looks just as or more strong right now.
Kalmal looks lost against the G right now because that first round, I feel, set the tempo for this entire second set so far, where as soon as each and every one of those EX uppers is blocked, we haven't seen it since. We have not seen it since.
True.
And now we're seeing the command grabs. We're seeing the wake-up throws. We're still seeing the patience from Mirkin, but the fear, Kalmal is...
It's not that I think you're right. Not that I wanted him to switch characters here, but I would love to have had him take a little bit more time, because I feel like the mentality that he needs and that he had before is escaping him.
Yeah. That slow play.
Well, here you go. It's Mirkin into the corner.
Again, Mirkin, 2 situations from dying on the G right here, so. Ooh! All right. Uppers are hitting again. They're in season.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Not dead
He's
yet.
not dead yet, yeah. Thought that was going to do it.
Just starts running away up to the north. Ooh!
He tried. Yeah,
cheeky.
he probably tried to get crouching strong first and then just didn't quite get the inputs that he was looking for, but he was scoping out that as an opportunity. So Mirkin, even in the loss, looked okay. Here we go.
It's raw, and that's what we talked about before on the G play too. Just so confident with the tool. Slide on in with a low, and nice whip punish. Still stuck in the corner. Kalmal's got to find a way. Do you go to the sky or you try to approach on the ground? How do you escape?
max range axe. That's cool. Making it work out. Here comes the knockdown. So important versus G. Yeah, Calm all of a sudden into the corner.
Yeah, full throttle on the side of Calm, but now...
Oh, dude, his mix-ups are so good right now. Rather than leaving time for Calm to do EX upper, he is now really making it happen. Oh, no. Oh, no, nothing?
Back throw right there. Calm trying to get a game on the board. Looking so good here. Gets the V-trigger activation. Crit Lord will be available after this. Oh, no, just opts to go for the EX. One more touch. And there it is. Game on the board for Calm 2-1. We have ourselves a set.
Ed wins.
Man.
Well, he was able to get pressure a little bit more frequently there.
Yeah.
Thinking back to a moment where it seemed like Mirkin did expect universal from Ed and didn't get the punish, but like he had the expectation of it.
Yeah.
Look, that's
The
sometimes
awareness.
all you need to get things going, to get back into the game is for the opponent to make an error, for you to capitalize, and then for you to start running away. Wow. Okay.
Calm immediately trying to be more active, and Mirkin striking right back. That trade is definitely in Mirkin's favor. Lower level command grab, but it still does so much.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Oh, no. You are
stun
stunned.
comes. It's going to be whatever Mirkin wants.
Gets the level up, too, which is huge.
Yeah,
Tries to
that
get
makes
reset.
sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that.
He gave it a go.
This game wouldn't reset. Throwing it out in this point, I respect it. Nice V-shift, and you get the full punish? You're kidding me. Oh my god, set point Mirkin.
Yeah, that's probably why we haven't seen the trigger until Calm sees the opponent's got their trigger going.
Round 2.
I mean, the opponent's got to be like really on top of things. You don't need to do that either if you're Ed.
Yeah. Oh man, just out of range to get the punish on the fireball there. But Mirkin looking so good now. Feels like time is running out.
Again,
Not
just
the biggest
grab.
punish. Yeah,
Right.
I mean, it's about the corner space there, I think. But
Sure.
it escapes right out.
Oh, this is a tough character to jump on, especially somebody
Yeah.
like Mirkin.
Oh, and this is huge. Because now this next interaction can mean lights out for Como. Activation comes through. It's going to be so close here. Not enough just yet. One more touch will do it. And the EX upper is the beginning of the set and the end of the set. And that is how it finishes. Mirkin is your Capcom Pro Tour East Europe champion. He will be going to the Capcom Cup. It is with the G. It is with the Cody. And Como, you may have had a great fight, but better luck next time in the World Warrior, because guess what? You were just promoted to first place.
What more emblematic finish could there have been than that EX upper? That is just representative of the entire top 8 for a Calm. When he's able to make that work out defensively, he's been killing it. He has turned that, I should say, into him taking advantage in other ways. And when he hasn't been able to make it work, he's lost. And in this set, at the beginning of this set, when it was G, he got lost big time with that. He had 3 that got. And, you know, at the very end, I guess in a way, I'm happy that he let it ride on that, because I think that it has been such a key part of his game plan. But in this situation, it was Mirkin who scoped it out.
I mean, getting second is nothing to be too upset about, especially after getting the reset against Mirkin, who hadn't lost a game the entire tournament. And, like, that's nothing to be sad about. That's also known as the #1 rated player in your region. And the fact that you stood toe-to-toe, went the distance, it's like, definitely Calmo is my favorite to get to that World Warrior spot. I'm not going to lie. After seeing their performance not only on the Sagat, but on the Ed the entire time, it felt really good. But, you know, biting off a little bit more than you could chew. Yes, the EX Psycho Upper was a tool that paid off in dividends, but you do have to pay the price sometimes. When a tool is that strong, it also has its drawbacks. And Mirkin preyed on that excellently and took all momentum at the beginning of the second set with the G. So absolutely loved it. Loved seeing Mirkin flex their character representation as well. We had G as the first character on the list for a reason for Mirkin, and we got to see that through and true. And Como did fight back. It was incredibly close, but Mirkin was able to close it out at the end. And
There
it
weren't
is
too many
worth
of these series right here.
Yeah.
That was a really good offensive series for Calm. It's just not something that we saw very often versus the G, because more often the G had neutral control or pressure of zone. I mean, there were some more opportunities. You know, the Kamal could have got things going in. He's got a 3-framer, and we didn't see good punishes very often from him against G-uppers that were blocked. So there were more chances, but that's something to work on for the future. For today, it's over. It's Mirkin, who takes it 3-1 in the final set. So there you go. That's a look at the top 8 here for the EU East. Of course, Mirkin, number 1. Kamal ends up at 2nd place. We have 3rd place, Shady Imposter. 4th place, Rezinebe. You could see the 5ths, RXS and Get Blame. And then Chivo and Legenda in 7th places.
Yeah, what a wonderful bracket that we've been able to go through the entire day. And, man, there's only one more Capcom Pro Tour event to come. And there is another game coming soon.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, soon.
I'm so interested.
Street Fighter Duel. Street Fighter Duel is going to be coming soon to the US and global. Available now in China. Too soon for you to have it, not soon enough for me. But the Capcom authorized mobile game now is available for download in China, and you want to make sure that you get in on the Epic Legend Reborn once again on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now. Let's fight each other and join the journey with millions of other players to become the best fighter, because soon I will be able to join you as well.
Well, while I'm biding my time in expectation of Street Fighter Duel, I've been watching a lot of Street Fighter League. And I hope you guys at home have been watching a lot of Street Fighter League as well. Of course, the US season is happening. You could see Ajax Fidelity there giving you his very best esports pose.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen him have that expression in real life.
Oh, I have.
Yeah?
After I told him I'd beat him in a money match.
Okay, that actually makes sense.
Yeah.
That actually makes sense. In general, he's walking around with a smile.
Oh, yeah.
The brow is furrowed there. Look at the crease in his brow. You see that?
Ooh,
I don't feel angry. Yeah, I don't feel like his brow gets that kind of facial expression very often. Doesn't look like it's putting up.
Mono told him that if he beats Panda, that they get Mofongo for the rest of the
Oh
week.
my god, can you believe it?
Yeah.
Anyway, check it out. I've really been enjoying watching it. Not just for him, but there's been a ton of great matches. Fantastic Street Fighter V. That's in the Street Fighter League US, which of course airs on Fridays. December 2nd is going to be the next one. But there have also been other ones to watch. I've really been enjoying watching Street Fighter League Europe as well. That's been great. Been really good to look in on a region where, of course I know many of the players, but nice to get a more detailed look, a closer look, more of the players' backgrounds as well, which has been really cool. And in Japan as well, Street Fighter League has been awesome. You guys know the talent out there. It's been super sick.
Yeah, and as you can see, the talented art team here at Capcom has put together so many wonderful costumes for us to use here for the characters that are participating for all of the teams in the Street Fighter League Japan. So make sure that you get your hands on all 8 team costume bundles on the PlayStation and PC store. 45 characters are represented, and they can all have the same different types of logos and everything. So look how amazing these costumes look. You want to make sure to support Capcom and what they're doing for the Street Fighter League and Street Fighter as a whole. And a portion of the revenue supports the teams. So pick out the costumes for your favorite teams and make sure that you give them a piece of the pie. Just as we saw the lion's share go to our competitors today in the top 4. And we've got a little bit more coming up to talk to you about, to go over how our top 8 went, our final thoughts for the day, and what we expect next week as well. So thank you so much for watching so far. We're not done just yet, but we're going to need you to hang tight because we need some more water as we talk just a little bit more to you as we finish off today. So see you soon.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand after defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
You call, I answer. Pushing you on the scene. Man, come on, I'm ready to go. Calculated. time to play. You gonna keep me waiting, babe? Such a lovely face. Stop, kid. You're killing me here. And only one of us is allowed to do the killing. If I go too far, please forgive me.
My name is Seth. Bow down for my cycle. It's time for trap. Show me everything. Download.
This will do.
You can't escape!
I knew you wouldn't go anywhere. I knew you'd stick around and hang out with us in the final segment of the show today here on the CPT EU East broadcast. As you saw, we know who the winner is. It, of course, was Mirkin, who, although did lose in the first set of Grand Finals, had a great comeback.
Oh, yeah.
And really controlled things in the second set to take the whole thing. My name's Alder David, and I'm here with, as you can see, Jake Ryan. We've been calling the action, and it's always gratifying then, after having called the action, to be able to talk with the player who ends up getting the big W. You know, we're up here on this desk basically making it up. Basically being like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's why the player did what they did, but we don't know that. We're just trying to inhabit their brains. Well, much better to actually talk with the players themselves. See what the actual reasons are for why they did what they did.
Oh, yeah. So let's get Mirkin right in here. I know that we're having them set up. I'm pretty sure I saw their picture. And there they are, Mirkin. Amazing. First thing I wanted to say is just congratulations on a fantastic run. I know you got pushed to the brink in the grand finals, but at the end you did make the switch over to G. So I know that was your first character, your mainstay since day one. What made you make the decision against Kalmal to go back to G instead of the Cody, and what made it click, especially after what happened in the previous World Warrior?
Yeah, I mean, I chose Cody because first of all it's a good matchup, and second of all, like, he beat me last time, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I was lately not doing too well with Cody. I definitely changed my mindset, and it didn't work so well. So G, I'm a specialist. I played since day one, and I know how to play him and stuff. He's just like comfort character, and when Kamo starts to like go back and play really reserved, I was like, I did not have like adequate game plan against that, so I picked G because I'm way more comfortable with a lot more situations, right?
Yeah, no, I love that, because I feel like the moment where you won the set is where the uncomfortability came through when you started playing G, and 3 Psycho Uppers came out, and you blocked each and every one of them. So I feel like the fear you instilled with that G specialization, that's why I asked. So I love that that was your reasoning, and I'm glad that we were able to track that. David?
It seemed like your switch to G also kind of switched something in Calm All. He played a little bit more riskily in some of those situations. Do you feel like that was a change that was due to your character change, the different strategy that you can use with the character? Or do you feel like that was on Calm All's side? What do you feel is the origin of that?
I'm pretty sure that he was way more uncomfortable in the neutral when I switched to G, because like with Cody, he just went back and started to throw fireballs, right? But with G, I could just absorb it, so he had to approach me, which most G matchups go like that. Like another character has to approach G, and G just stands there and tries to whip punish, and it's like kind of like a grappler. So he's more of a like character that you have to go around and try to approach, and not the other way around. So he had to approach me, and with Cody that was the other way around. So he didn't have like a solid game plan against him. Like Kama is a very good player, and especially when he focuses, like in the last set, he's really good. But when his game plan starts to crumble, like he couldn't pick it up, I think. So that's why he risked it so much, right?
With your G, I mean, you look so strong. Obviously, your Cody's looking good too. But I'm curious why you have gone to Cody for many of the matches that we've seen here and in other stuff that we've seen you do as well. He's a good character, but why is that a character that's been something that you've been working on?
I felt like G is kind of a random character. Let's be fair. So a lot of time you win, even though you should have lost. Like someone plays you, but you guess right 2 times and you win, right?
That's cool. I'm about it.
But it goes both ways, right? Sometimes you outplay someone, but if someone mauls you so bad, like with the trigger to add, that you feel like you just got robbed the other way around, because it's hard to like defend without anything. You can't even like be reversal because you like lose half of the game.
That's true.
Right? So with Cody, I was like, let me learn a character that first of all doesn't rely on the trigger, and second of all, I feel like when I lose, it's more of my issue than the character, right?
Yeah. No, I really like that. Generating some more consistency for yourself so you don't have to rely on the V gauge and can be a little more defensive or play in more control where you don't have to establish this win condition. So the next question that I would have to ask is, now that you are qualified for the Capcom Pro Tour, I just want to say that once again, Mirkin Capcom Pro Tour qualified. Feels fantastic. Number 1 question, who are you looking forward to playing most out of the qualified players so far? And then the second question, which player in the world takes the LCQ? That's a hard one.
Oh, I'll be honest. I'm not quite sure who qualified.
Fair enough, man.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean,
you got to pay attention to your own matches, dude.
True,
I get it.
True.
Yeah, I'm not like ignorant or something. I was
focused
on trying to learn the matchups and in this region kind of stuff that I didn't really follow it, right? And I had like really big break in Street Fighter, so that's why I didn't really look into it. But what was the other question? Because
for the LCQ, which player in the world would you want to see qualify? Who do you think it would
Oh,
be?
that's a good question. I think that I love seeing Angry Bird. Like, some people are talking about him right now, and I was like very impressed by him so long. I was watching Street Fighter League, and since he came to that competition, he's just amazing in these SFL tournaments.
For sure.
He doesn't play as good in like normal tournaments, and I'm wondering why. But in these tournaments, like he's like the best player. He's just playing like out of his mind. So that is very hype, and I would love to see him like get really far in this bracket. Since like there are not a lot of legacy players I know in Capcom Cup this year. So I'm very interested in like overall how it would turn out, because some people say, oh, Japan should have like more seeds and stuff, and regions like this that don't have that level of competition like Japan or US is like looked down upon. But we're really trying, and I feel like a lot of players like me or Kalmo are leveling up really fast, and we have a lot of love for the game, right? There's not a lot of us here, but we're trying to like make a community and trying to like build a base for like next Street Fighter, next things. And I think a lot of improvement comes in this region.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit more to that. It's something I'm very curious about. I think one of the benefits of having the CPT is that we get such a laser look on different regions around the world in ways that would be tough to do otherwise. So when it comes to your region, you know, not just in sort of the larger region, but the Polish scene and the other scenes that are around there, I wonder if you could talk to what kind of specific efforts are going on. You know, are there locals that you guys are trying to run? Are you trying to do online stuff? Are you trying to work together? You know, talk a little bit about your scene and its development.
That's very interesting, and I wanted to talk about it because, like, Polish scene, you know, it didn't really exist before Intel championships. Like after 2 years ago, there was a Discord made, and because of like this opportunity, a lot of players started to take this game more seriously, right? Like most of us were just like playing, you know, we loved watching tournaments, we loved playing it, you know, but we didn't have like community. There was no place for us. But after Intel, we made Discord and we had a few locals. It was very fun, and it really like brought us together. And like now we have a real feel of community. We have players that we know, that we go to offline events. It was like last one was like 2 months ago, and we played and we talked about the game. And really, with offline events, you learn so much. Like it's not even comparable to just playing ranked, first of all, and even battle launches. But yeah, within past 2 years, like only 2 years ago, there was like actual community started growing, and I feel like now in Poland there's a community, like actually, and now there are like players that are really leveling up. Like Shady is getting really good, Kalmo is getting really good, like I'm trying to be good. So obviously we're not on the level of Japanese top players, but I feel like this type of opportunity really makes like it really made Polish scene right now. Because of this opportunity, we really took it seriously and had a community. So I feel like it will stay definitely for the next few fights. And I am already thinking about making local tournaments in my city, because I live in the second biggest city in Poland. So I'm thinking of organizing this stuff for my city, and I feel like in Street Fighter 6 there will be a lot of new players, and I'm ready to host and organize stuff for new players in Poland.
I'm so happy that event was a catalyst for your
scene.
scene.
That's awesome,
and got the players involved, and
of course filmed in Poland.
Yeah, exactly. And what I'll say is, you've already proved that you're a very strong player, and now the opportunity is yours to play at the Capcom Cup. So I wanted to congratulate you once again, Mirka, on that. Give yourself a pat on the back, because you are going to be fighting the best in the best of the world, and you're the best in your region. And I wanted to give you the floor to say thanks to whoever you wanted to, whoever you have a shout out for. You already shouted out your community and your fellow players, and you know what? You deserve that #1 spot right now, and I'm giving you the spot to say your thanks, have your shout outs, and yeah, you know what? Congratulations again.
Like, thank you to everybody, and thank you to especially my friends that I forced to watch this, which is Julia, Eva, Martin, Kamil, all of you, thank you. All of the FGC people that rooted for me, new challenger, best Discord, Salt Mine League. Salt Mine League is the thing that boosted me the most. Like, this is like the source of like the biggest improvement for me. Ritas, he's the best organizer. We're so lucky to have him. Momo for doing sets with me before and learning with him. Escudo, especially, he really like pushed my shit in, and he because of him, like I decided to play G.
Oh, nice. Been there.
I did well, way better than G against him, and Como for like we're buddies with typing to each other in the tournaments when it plays. It's really a good competition between us, and that's it. Like, thank you all. I'm not taking it for granted. I'll try my best to take this opportunity and do as much as I can.
Congrats again to you. Awesome to see. I'm really looking forward to seeing more out of the Polar scene and out of the scene in the region in general when it comes to Street Fighter VI. It has often been the case that somebody takes a big W in the way that you have, and then is able to turn that into, you know, more of a spotlight, more community work in their scene. We've seen that in countless situations before, so I really hope that that will happen for you as well. Congratulations.
There's definitely a lot of love to Street Fighter in Poland, so I'll try to like do the best so we can gather up and just train.
Looking forward to it, man. Thanks a lot. Congrats again for today, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you guys.
All right, well, there you go. Some words with Mirka, and that was very cool. Super cool to hear about the local scene. Again, I really do think that one of the best things about having these online CPTs is that we get a look at scenes that, from our perspective at least, and where we live, we don't as often get a chance to see. Times were pre-pandemic, you know, you'd see the same people showing up at majors all the time, and majors located where we live as well, in the States as well, which is, you know, lucky for us, but it also means that there's a huge chunk of the Street Fighter playing community around the world that we just didn't get as easy of a chance to look at. And so it's been a blast to me to be able to see that all around the world. And of course, we saw one this weekend in a great scene here in Poland and Eastern Europe. It was Poland for Mirkin and Shady, Kamal, Bulgaria. Again, quite a few countries out there were represented this weekend. Very cool to see.
Yeah, it's definitely been a highlight of my life to commentate on the matches of these regions and showcase the wonderful talent all across the world and players that we typically wouldn't be able to see. So, you know, I'm happy to see that Mirkin's going to be able to fight with the best of them and really represent Poland. And guess what? They get to fight the Angry Bird. Potentially. That's really cool.
Yes,
I was going to be like...
He is qualified.
Oh yeah, he sure is, and you're gonna fight him.
Yeah, he's a pretty good player.
He's
no
a
doubt.
pretty good guy. I love that because he's like, yeah, he's just really good in Street Fighter League, but in the tournaments, I'm like, no, he did real good in the tournament. Just like you, Mirkin. And you know, shout outs once again to all of our top 8 competitors, all of our competitors for the entire East Europe Capcom Pro Tour competition, for the amazing work they put on and the wonderful Street Fighter they showed us, because it is always a treat to watch all of this.
Again, not the final CPT, but almost the final CPT in terms of qualifiers for Capcom Cup. The next one, and the actual last one, is going to be for North America East. That registration closes tomorrow, so if you're in that region and you'd like to get involved, please do so basically now. But if you can't, streams will be December 3rd and 4th next weekend. So please check it out. You know it's going to be a good one. Again, we have some Capcom Cup winners, some Capcom Cup finalists, some EVO Grand Finals finalists.
Oh, yeah.
It is just a, you know, as we were mentioning before, one of the strongest regions in the world, certainly. And it's going to be really fun to watch. Looking forward to that one. Please check it out. after that, well, as you could see, it's not going to be until February, folks. We got a few months off of this thing. But in February, the Capcom Pro Tour LCQ will be starting things off for the week of Capcom Cup number 9. That LCQ is going to be mega stacked.
Oh, yeah.
Who even knows who's coming to that thing, right? That's a lot of folks who still have to decide whether they'll be in. That is to say, will they win their World Warrior events?
Yeah.
There's, of course, still, as we were saying, the North America East CPT. So, you know, not really time yet to speculate who's going to take the LCQ, but there are, you can bet, going to be a ton of top-level players there. Yeah. And in any case, Capcom Cup will be right after that.
Yeah, other than Capcom Cup, I think that's going to be the best Street Fighter tournament that we've ever seen for the history of Street Fighter V. That LCQ is going to be one to remember, as well as this Capcom Cup. And we hope that you have enjoyed the Capcom Pro Tour today, and you enjoyed the wonderful competition that we had shown from East Europe. We don't have anything else really to touch on. I think that next week, either Idom Punk, Kudo, maybe Knuckle Dude. There's like 8 different people who could win.
Art, like there's a great list of players that are going to be.
There's
in
a
that
whole
thing,
World Warrior top 8 that could qualify for Capcom Cup.
I mean, really, yeah.
But only one of them's going to get it there, and one of them's on the World Warrior. And we saw our winner today, and everybody watching, I think we were winners. David, were you a winner?
I had a great time. Yeah, thanks a lot for joining me. A lot of fun to commentate with you, as always. I hope you all at home have enjoyed it. Thanks a lot for watching the second-to-last Capcom Cup qualifier. Again, check out next week's for the actual final one. As far as today goes, that's going to be that. Thanks for joining us, everybody.